on.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Selectmen's meeting for Tuesday, March 22nd. The agenda will be 7 o'clock, citizens input. Chief O'Leary will present the award of life-saving medal to Officer David Fiscaldo. 7:05, there will be a public hearing continued for the Kenny Chesney and Zach Brown Band concert at Gillette Stadium. 7:40, Randy Scollins will do a presentation of the FY 2010 CIP budget. At 8 o'clock, a public hearing for liquor violations at Waxy O'Connor's. And at 9 o'clock, we will go into executive session to discuss real property negotiations, litigation, and review of executive session minutes. So the time being, and we would do the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the time being 7 o'clock. Chief O'Leary, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I could ask Officer Fiscaldo, step forward, please.
Could we go to the microphone, Chief?
Okay.
Please,
David,
thanks.
why don't you come over here? As I had indicated in a letter to the board and to the town manager, earlier this year, when Officer Fiscaldo was traveling home along 95 with his family, he observed a vehicle go off the road and catapult down into a ravine. He stopped his car, had his wife call 911, and then had her leave. As he went over the side down a snow-covered slope, assisted people that were trapped in the car, and more importantly, started a search for one of the victims that had been ejected from the vehicle, and they couldn't find her. David located that person, saw that she was unconscious and not responding, and he initiated CPR at that point, and stayed with all the victims until fire service was able to transport them from the scene. This certainly shows commitment to our community and to people in general to take that selfless act to leave his family and to put himself at risk to go down a snow-covered slope late at night. And I think that is reflective of the quality of David presents to our community all the time. So it's my privilege to award David our life-saving medal. I give them out very rarely. We've only had 2 other people be awarded this. Brian Gallagher was awarded it, as well as Scott Hodson, that's in the audience tonight. So they're very rare, but once an officer takes steps that literally saves lives, that's when we provide this type of award. And David, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the board for allowing me this time to bring this recognition to the department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for everything, really.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, David.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how do you do this?
He's a great kid. Yeah, he is. Nice job.
That was great. That's why I love this town. Any other citizens' input this evening? Dick?
It's pretty difficult to follow my good neighbors, the Fiscaldos. They live across the street from me, and
You know, we've known them for many, many years.
Was he a good boy?
That would be the one
Very
thing.
good.
Yeah.
He was better than my boys. The reason I'm getting up tonight is somewhat old hat, and I still want to bring up the issues. The first one is one that I passed out several weeks ago on the open meeting law. The answers from the AG Coakley's office, which indicated that items can be discussed in the session that are not part of the agenda. Her memo talks about both the wording new business and old business, but separates out a question of action items. Things can be discussed as long as there is apparently no action taken because it was not on the agenda. I feel it is important that many of these items that we have been discussing with you, email and around the table, need some additional time and effort to clear up some of the issues that have occurred. Many of the items of data requested have never been provided, and one has to wonder, as I do, why. We asked for the data prior to town meeting, and the question is there an objective by the board in not having this material provided before town meeting? The meetings with Randy, the chiefs, and the highway were discussed months ago prior to Andy's retirement, so this was not an issue. I met with them, much data was provided, which led to other issues such as the annual report. The specific department-by-department data on wages and overtime was requested. This was requested months ago, and the issue was it would take too long, they're in the middle of the budget, etc. To follow up on Mr. Harrington's point of the web, this material is in the computer. It should be able to be spitted out in the web where people can see these things. And the issue on the wages and overtime is not just that one item. Another item is the transfers. If you read the audit committee's report and Randy's report, I forget what section, he does have an audit provided by an outside auditor on federal grants. There is a secondary kind of list produced by the state, which isn't that clear on the cherry sheet. I'm sure if I combined the two and had it verified, but someone would have to check it locally, that we might get the information on what all of the grants amounted to, when they were spent, and for what purpose by which department. But the transfers become the other kind of question. Advisory tomorrow is going to make several transfers according to their agenda. The question is, what happened to Article 1 and 2? Why weren't these in the same bag as the transfers that are going to be made tomorrow? Or why are the stuff requested tomorrow not in the last special town meeting as Articles 3 through whatever point it needs to be? These are real questions I think we need some clarification on by your board. COLA, step and longevity summaries. I've asked for these. Only 2 departments have included them in their worksheets to advisory, schools and Randy's. Randy isn't here, but Randy and schools provided the cost of the COLA, which is 0, but the cost of the steps and the cost of longevity. No one else has done this. When we look at the contract on the police that was presented, the board vote was quoted by the town manager as 03. The presentation said 03. The presentation also said the 515 was accomplished, but the detail wasn't there. Had the detail, the handout, been on the side, or someone got up to the copier and ran the 2 prints, it would have been enlightening. If you compare the 0 to last year's contract, which changed, by the way, July 1, 2010, this fiscal year, they were given 1%. The police department's material to advisory shows that they are being paid this year at 1%, not 0. Not 0. If we had the whole bag on what was presented or what was not presented, the 5 to 15 is also very complicated. There are only 4 visits that are paid for by the employee. Everything beyond that is reimbursed by the town. So we're going to make $190,000, $200,000, but what do we have to pay for the 5th visit for every employee and their dependent in town? There was no number presented on that either. So the question of what we're talking about, 03, your board was alluded to as voting the 03 in executive session. Having noted that this vote had taken place, that executive session material should now be public, in my opinion. Why isn't it? Why don't we have that vote? I think it is essential. How did we get 3% for next year? 3% for next year. How? The federal government, including Obama, in front of the governors a week ago Monday, stated very clearly, federal employees have not had a raise for 2 years. How are we at 0 and 3? The seniors have not had a raise for 2 years. One of the members brought it up at advisory a week ago. 0 is not 0, and we need to clean this up. What I asked for before in email or in public is a definition by your board. I've asked it of advisory as well. What does your board define as a raise? COLA is a cost of living adjustment. It was never included in old contracts. I have a copy of 1975. There's no such thing as COLA. Raises were the steps and longevity. Raises still are the steps and longevity, regardless of what one impugns as the COLA. COLA is cost of living adjustment. But we need your board to go on record as to what it is before we get to town meeting. Question. The $534,000 that the schools got. I know the town manager said they graciously shared it with us. I asked the school committee about it last week. They said no, they gave it all to the town. They graciously shared it? How? The vote on the 70-30 medical insurance. This is an old issue. It has never been in the press. What was the vote on it? Did you vote on it? Did you grandfather it? We need that information. Detail on the meals tax. I understand your intern is in the middle of this. It'll be very interesting. If you go to the Department of Revenue, Foxborough has the 22nd or 23rd richest restaurant component in the state. There are 325 cities and towns below us. How did we get in this point? There aren't that many up in Patriot Place. Is it the Bed, Bath, and Beyond that is inspected as a food generator by the Board of Health that's considered a tax base? No. You know, what are we talking about? We need those numbers, whether it's 600, 750, as the Revenue Department states, or whatever. And, of course, our last meeting, the annual report. It had to be printed by March 15th. You know that isn't what the bylaw says. Most of you, if you read it, would have known that is not the case. Was it printed?
It is at the printers, yes.
It was at the printers when we met a week ago, or 2 weeks ago. But it isn't due until May 1st. The bylaw says the information shall be at Town Hall, March 15th, from all departments and what have you, not to the printer. We could have made changes. We could have corrected it. We didn't. Let's look at the library. You know, I made some comments when the two guys were up front here, but let's look. There is no action vote by the building committee or the subcommittee to select, to award any contract to any consultant or architect. There is one action vote since February of last year. That's to pay a bill for one of the consultants. How do we pay a bill when the building authority never recommended that we hire this individual by vote? Something is screwy there, and we need to clean it up. We've hired two consultants, we pay a bill, and there's no action vote by the building committee or the subcommittee. This is ridiculous. You know, I know that the town manager signs the contract. I have no problem with that, that it eventually lands on his desk. But building committees historically have reviewed contracts along with council and town hall. There's nothing in their minutes that they looked at a single contract. Historically, it has been done. The last item, well, there are two more, very quick ones. The lockout. Where are we on the lockout? You know, we're worried about a budget presentation next week. Where are we on the lockout? Nowhere. $2 million is one hell of a big jolt that we'll have to face, and no one is planning for it, whether they expect it or not. You may have other dates from the NFL that none of us know about, or the press in general. But the last item I have to bring up, when I got your last email, it was amazing. Let me just quote it. You all got it too. I'm truly sorry. I cannot spend more time gathering information for you. That's in quotes. What information have you gathered for me? Zero. The only piece of paper you ever gave me was the police contract. And I had to come to town hall twice to get it because she didn't know anything about it the next morning. You know, I don't know where we're going with this, but we need a more open meeting where topics can be brought up by the public, by the taxpayer, by the voter. If it's an action item, carry it over to the next meeting. Read Coakley's material. We need more dialogue, not less. We don't need a conference that says, my schedule is full, I can't meet. Call Sandy. You know, at that point, forget it. I'll go in some other direction. We don't need something that says it's not on the agenda, we can't talk about it. If it's a public item, we should be able to bring it up and have it on the record to be followed up shortly, not months later. And when I say months later, the annual report. I emailed you October 2nd. It's at the printer. Were there any changes?
Yep.
I only want to speak on one issue concerning, since Dick quoted from my email. My comment was not intended to suggest that I've necessarily provided a lot of information for Dick. It was intended to say very clearly that I have provided some information, but the departments, both police chief, fire chief, finance director, as a minimum, and I don't know, perhaps others, have provided voluminous information for Mr. Heidecker. The issue that I was referring to was Foxborough is a community of 17,000 citizens. We cannot be the personal research bureau for one citizen. We simply can't do it. The statute, public records law is clear. If the town has a record that already exists and a citizen asks for it, then they have to be provided that record within 10 days, and we charge a fee for that. We have not charged Dick a dime for all the paper that we've given him, the many, many hours that staff have met with him. I myself have met with Dick for a total of very close to 5 hours, not including email time, phone calls, meetings here. If I take the value of that time, the value of the police chief's time, the fire chief's time, the chief financial officer's time, the value of all the material he's been given, it adds up to a very significant amount of money. We have been patient, we have been respectful, we have been solicitous, we have been as helpful as we can possibly be. But Dick has asked for a huge volume of material. What he's asked for earlier, records pertaining to overtime usage, records pertaining to grants, these are not records that we have. These are records that we have to work to prepare. The public records law says very clearly that we're not required to do that. Now, we try to accommodate every citizen of the community, and so we go well beyond the public records law in doing that. And I've done that on a number of occasions. No one has gotten more service than Mr. Heidecker. And all I'm trying to say to the board is now at this time of year, with a full-blown budget crisis going on, negotiations with the Patriots going on, collective bargaining agreements being negotiated currently, and on the list goes. You folks know, you get my report, you know all the issues that we're dealing with. We simply cannot give Dick more time right now. We just physically cannot do it. And so I don't mean to be discourteous, I don't mean to be in any way disrespectful to a citizen of this community, but I am telling the board and Dick plainly, the staff is occupied up to its eyeballs right now. We cannot be the personal research bureau for Dick. We cannot do it. Remember that this board asks us to do a lot of research, and that is your job. You are the boss. You are the people who tell us to do research. The advisory committee asks us to do a great deal of research as we defend the budget proposals and the capital improvement, capital budget, and that is their job. They're supposed to do that, and we do that. But I can't respond to 17,000 citizens individually. That's not the form of government we have, and it is an unrealistic expectation. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I would love to, but I can't.
May I just answer one thing, if I may? I agree with what Kevin has been saying to a point. My conversations with the chiefs and with Randy were in September, August, September, October, and a little in November. After that, I was concerned with the annual report, which you all know about, and I didn't bug them at that point. I asked Randy for one handout after that point, and he indicated he's in budget. I haven't bothered Randy after that point to get that information. All I'm saying is, in effect, we have all kinds of transfers going on tomorrow night, the special town meeting. We have grants that we have no visible handle on. I know it's in the computer. My wife's an IT expert. If she sat down, she could probably knock this stuff out. When I walk into an IRS office, it is amazing. With 280 million IRS customers, they can punch a couple of buttons and they'll have every IRS form for the last 5 years that I ever submitted. It's in there. If the program isn't there, or there are problems with the people running those programs, that's a whole different ballgame. But the information is there and should be on the web, if nothing else. Transfers, grants. Grants have long-term costs. What are we inheriting by accepting grants from different operations or agencies? We talked about it at the last meeting when the police chief talked about the scanner on the car. What's the long-term maintenance on that thing? We're accepting a grant, we're going to put it in the cars, but how much are we inheriting as costs? None of this is ever presented. I think it must be before we even accept the grant. The applicant should have the detail on what that maintenance life cycle cost is. It is imperative for us to make educated decisions. If you people had the grant tallies, if you had the transfer tallies, I would feel more comfortable. But I'm being told they're nowhere in town. You haven't seen them. I haven't seen them. No one else in town has seen them. What are they? Where are they? Who's responsible for them? And what's the life cycle cost? That's what I'm interested in. There are a couple of other people running around town right now that are talking tax rate. You will hear from them shortly. I can't tell you their names because they told me to stay out of it. Maybe they're smart. But the point is, you're going to hear from other people beyond me in terms of this money issue. And I think we need to get some information to the public in general. You know, I can tell you what's going to happen at town meeting. I'll ask the same question on every item, and I'll demand that it be performed or move no action. Well, you know, where do we go? If we get it before town meeting, it's taken care of. If we don't, the voter has a choice. And you know what that choice is. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dick. We have any other citizens' input this evening? We have a hearing scheduled for 7:05 tonight. I'm sorry for the folks who are here for it. The Kenny Chesney and Zach Brown Band concert. Yes.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, recommend to the board that this be postponed to, April 12th. The reason being, the police chief is continuing to try to work through the police detail issues. I don't need to brief you what those are. I think you're all familiar with that. We have not yet reached resolution on that. We're hopeful that the next couple of weeks will bring some resolution there. So that's the recommendation for the board.
Then I'd entertain a motion that we postpone it.
Motion to postpone the public hearing on the Kenny Chesney and Zach Brown Band concert until April 12th.
Second.
Is this the second time that this has been?
Yes.
Okay. So it's still a continuation then? Is that?
It's still a continuation, correct.
Okay.
That would be the correct motion to continue to, I think you said that.
Okay.
Yes.
I misled you, sorry.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, Pauline. And next is, speaking of financials, and the wizardry that he does, Randy.
Well, I can present this. That's okay. If he's free, that's great. Well, Paul and I are both members of the committee, so I think between us we can figure this out.
Probably.
Yeah. We met last Saturday. All of the departments came and presented their needs, and as is the case every year, the needs are greater than the resources available. These are the items that the committee recommended. I think the board's familiar with how we do it. We meet for 3 or 4 hours, listen to the presentations, understand what each item is. Then we all vote separately using a matrix system, add the points up, see which things get rank ordered top to bottom, and then we have a discussion about what financial resources are available. We literally draw a line at some point, and everything above that line gets recommended, and everything below the line doesn't. Items that appear in the enterprise funds, water and sewer, because they have a separate funding source, get recommended according to need and according, again, to available resource. And the ultimate product of all that is the list that you see in front of you. And between Randy, Paul, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have on items. And Paul, Randy, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
Maybe you had made a point at the meeting that you were interested in no new vehicles. Did you want to maybe
tell the
public?
couple things that we came to at this. We wanted to be sure there was no net gain to the fleet. So any vehicle that we're buying is a replacement vehicle, not a new vehicle.
Madam Chair, point of order. Is there a handout on this for the public?
Dick, you can have
Dick.
mine.
I get one. Others in the audience may want copies as well.
Do you have any others if you...
So,
Do you have a list that has just the items that were...
The approved ones.
The approved? Is that...
And can we read those to the public so they at home know what was approved? Maybe just go through what was requested and what was approved?
Oh, sure.
So they could know that?
Sure.
I'm going to run out.
Should we take a break, Linda, do you think?
You want to make some copies?
Yeah,
Sure.
I could be back in 2 seconds with that.
Sure.
Do we have music to play?
But the people at home, Randy,
Press.
why don't we just take the list and walk them through what was requested, what was approved?
We have to get copies for
Right,
that.
so that the people at home will know.
No.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a delightful Saturday morning.
Was it?
Yes. I mean, it was. It was not in here. I was personally hoping for a rainy Saturday,
Well, you got your wish on
rather
Sunday.
mean-spirited.
That snow. On Sunday. Craziness.
I can't remember that far back.
So remember it snowing on Sunday?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Really?
That I remember.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you if it was yesterday or
Oh,
Sunday.
all right. I get it now. I've been like that for years, so.
We have the request list, yes.
We have the, yeah,
Oh, you do?
it's just we didn't have this one.
The summary.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, now I do need a copy of the final vote.
Thanks.
Okay.
Ben, do you want to sit up here so that you're near the
Microphone.
microphone? Thanks.
But just to finish the thought, or maybe you had finished it, was that you were interested in no new additions to the fleet net on a net basis, which I thought that was a good point.
I'm sorry?
I was just raising the point again. I like the point you had made Saturday. Let's shoot for no net additions to the fleet.
Right.
Yeah.
And thank you. And the reason being because net additions to the fleet cost more money in terms of insurance, maintenance, et cetera. So we wanted to clearly identify if something was a replacement vehicle that we were trading something in, and if it was a new vehicle that we understood the implications. And I think as the case was, we did not fund any new vehicles. Everything is replacement. So, the board wanted to go down the list of requests and what was approved. Is that correct?
Just so the folks at home know.
Okay, sure. Randy, you have that?
Can I, should we just do what was approved instead of going through the whole laundry list of what was requested?
I'm happy to march us through quick.
Oh, okay.
I think
All
it's just helpful for those at home to know what was requested
Yeah.
versus what was
I
approved.
mean, certainly, well, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Otherwise, I would have said, let's just talk about the total.
What if we
what
do
was
it this
requested.
way? How about if we go through the list of what was approved, and I'll do that, and then Randy can add the list of what wasn't? Is that an efficient way to do it? Because otherwise, it's a big list, and I'm just concerned about how long that'll take. Is that satisfactory? Okay. So, here's what was approved. In the fire department, an replacement ambulance. In the public works, a replacement plow and snow blower. A replacement pickup truck. And $450,000 of street reconstruction. Now, that's the Chapter 90 program. That's a state grant. In the schools, 300 computer hardware and software upgrades. Those are replacements. 2 school buses, replacements. 1 mini school bus, replacement, and 3 photocopiers. At the Burrell School, the paving and curbing. That's replacing what's there. In the water department, painting of the storage tanks on Main and Hill Street. That's funded from water receipts. Repair and reconditioning of wells and equipment. That's from water receipts. Upgrading of the water system meters and mobile readers. That's the ongoing program to upgrade the water meters and readers. A 5-ton pickup truck and plow frame. And in the sewer department, $235,000 for Mansfield Treatment Plant renovation. That's our pro rata share of the Mansfield Treatment Plant renovation project. Totals $749,000 out of free cash, $315,000 out of the ambulance receipt fund, $50,000 out of school revolving monies, $450,000 out of Chapter 90 money, $505,000 out of water receipts, $235,000 out of sewer receipts, and the total capital budget is $370,000. And Randy can go over the things that didn't get funded.
Before he does that, could you explain to me how a sidewalk plow and a snow blower comes to $133,000? It just seemed, everything else seems to be fairly reasonable, the cost of any ambulance, but that seemed like a lot of money for a snow plow, a sidewalk snow plow and a snow blower. Is there more to it than just the 2 pieces of equipment for $133,000, or?
Wasn't that part of the sidewalk, I could be butchering this one, was that the one that was going to be added to the dump truck? It was part of adding it to the dump truck?
No, this is a whole separate vehicle. I don't know how to answer that except to say these things are extraordinarily expensive.
They're more expensive than the school bus, almost, I mean, it's amazing.
I can get you more information about it, sure. While Randy goes through the items that didn't get funded, I can go check my file and see if I can put my finger quickly on the requested information. We get quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah,
It's about
I'm
yay
sure.
thick, so just a matter if I can quickly go dig that up for you. If I can't, then I will get it and put it in your folders. But while Rennie goes over this, let me see if I can find it.
And I would have it for town meeting, because I think people will question $133,000 for a sidewalk plow.
Sure.
Can I ask another question on it? This relates to the Borough School paving and curbing. At the meeting, was there any discussion about any great renovation plans, a la the high school, like for the Borough School, where perhaps there would be MSBA funds that could potentially support this request?
That was not brought up for this particular project, but there was a request to support another MSBA statement of interest for, I believe it may have been the borough, but not for the paving. But that the requested amount was $10,000, which doesn't meet our threshold for capital. So that was something that they would just be doing, out of their own
Okay,
funds.
so there's no major building renovation being discussed for the borough?
I believe there's a statement of interest that they'd like to go forward with, but as you know, it takes several months, if not years, to ultimately get it to fruition.
But it wasn't funded either, correct?
Right, it couldn't be. That was a $10,000 request. It doesn't meet the threshold of $25,000 to be considered for a capital item.
That could be funded through a school revolving account, though, could it not?
Sure, or any of the funds that they might be able to find
Right.
to do that. But I think the point wasn't, I believe the point was not to put that on here to have it knocked away. It was to put it on here to know that they're thinking about it, that they are looking ahead towards the next project, and they wanted the committee to be aware that there would be another school building that they want to have considered.
I also think that, Lorraine raised the question that people at home might ask, and that is, why not wait if you could get a major project and the state would pay 60 cents of it? Exactly. But I do think that when we were discussing the high school, because the state has so many requests, they were limiting things like parking lots and paving and curbing and trying to use their money for the buildings themselves and for the things within the building. So I think I recall on the high school project that they wouldn't fund the paving that needed to be done there either.
Well,
So maybe just some clarification from the schools before a town meeting, maybe next at a meeting Tuesday when they're here, to talk about whether or not that's something that the state, even if there was a project, would the state reimburse for that or not? And I think that the real issue that folks will have is those who have children in that school that drive in there every day know what the condition of the parking lot is, know what the condition of the curbing is. Everyone else who's struggling with taxes and whether the taxes are reasonable or not reasonable or should be increased or not will look at a $220,000 expenditure, even though it's only $170,000 of free cash and the rest of it's in the revolving account. We may very well ask the question, can it wait a year or two because of the financial condition that we and the state are in?
A couple of good points there. One is that the capital committee reviewed the project, and they agreed with the representation that the parking lot had really eroded badly enough that it was time to do it. We just done the Taylor parking lot. I think it was the year before. And on a related note, the way that Bill Yukna has explained the paving parking lot situation at the high school to me is that they initially didn't go forward with including that in their initial application. As you recall, the high school project was one of the first wave of projects being newly considered by this newly formed Massachusetts School Building Authority. And so they were, I think, trying to come in with a very tight project that stood a good chance of approval. So they didn't include the parking lot. But as many on this board know, and some of the community know, they've done a phenomenal job through the bidding process, and they are on track to save a substantial share of the cost of that project. And it was a requested item on the initial request list for $600,000 to complete the paving of the high school parking lot. And so we did actually discuss it. The voting members ranked it, and it actually ranked amongst the highest projects, and therefore was a supported project. But what we discussed, and we had discussed with Bill Yukna, is that given the savings in the high school project capital account, that this is an item that is a natural inclusion within the scope of that project, and if it was supported by the capital committee, it made sense to fund it from that capital project for a couple of reasons. One is that it would put a nice finish on what is a fantastic renovation and an efficient, cost-efficient renovation to that project. But two, that there is a good chance, not sure exactly how good, but there is a good chance, according to Bill, given the success they've had in getting some other costs reimbursed that weren't initially going to be reimbursed, that part of this $600,000 could be reimbursed by the MSBA, given that we are still within our grant amount. And the track record that Bill and the superintendent and the school business administrator and the building committee have with getting incremental reimbursement within this high school project is the asbestos abatement. Right. I think many of you saw the award, and that was hard fought by that group to receive over $500,000 in incremental reimbursement for the asbestos abatement, which initially we were told, I think, Larry, you'll recall the very first meeting we had in Boston, we were told that absolutely not, given the much larger liability across the state. It would be precedent-setting, one of these first projects to start the grant asbestos abatement. So they persisted, and they got favorable results there, over $500,000 to the town. So the thinking is the same here with this project, that the committee believed it made sense to do it, but secondly, it made sense to do it within the high school project itself, and that we would, that group would apply for reimbursement. So that's what's going on with that particular parking lot.
I can't put my finger on that background info on the snowplow, so we'll get that and put it in the board's folder so you've got it. And then, once you've seen that, if you have any other questions, let me know.
A quick question on the, under the water section of the water system meters and mobile readers. A few years ago, I think they wanted, or the water department wanted to upgrade all of the meters to the mobile automatic readers, and I think we had asked them to phase it. The money that's allocated on this line, is that the last phase?
It's the last phase.
So everyone in town has the automatic ability to have the automatic
with
readers?
With this funding, that will enable everyone in town to have the automated readers.
Okay, great.
But it just clarification, it will take time to do the installation, because we do the installations ourselves, so it takes quite a bit of time.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome. So shall I just tick off the items the other items that were not ultimately funded and what happened with them? At the top, there was a request to start to fund an upgrade of a town-wide phone system, and the thinking on that from the IS Director, Paul Borlotti, is that if this building is something that's going to be done renovated in the near term, and given that this building here would probably have the core switch here, that it would make sense to include a project like that within the scope of Town Hall, and it would be out of sync to do the phone, a new phone system town-wide before we address this building. So that's going to come back, within the scope of a Town Hall project. But it is a town-wide phone system. It's agreed that we need a modern phone system across the town. So that came off. Automated plate reader, the chief had a great story there. He's got a grant to fund that, so it's going to be done. It's going to be funded via grant, so you'll probably see that come before your board to approve the grant when he obtains it. The emergency response vehicle, the chief and his team have worked with Chief Hatfield, and given that we're going to be, the CIP committee supports the replacement of an ambulance, the backup ambulance will now be available to be repurposed as an emergency response vehicle, and the chief tells me that Sergeant Haskell has looked at it. It requires a modest amount of repair to it to make it available for that. And unless I'm misspeaking, Roger, I believe that's how that need is going to be met, is by the repurposing of the backup third ambulance. Chief Hatfield had three other items here that the committee did. didn't approve at this meeting the engine 21, and I'm going to come back to this, and ladder 26. Ladder 26 at $350,000 represents a refurbishment. Full replacement would be in the $900,000 range. Thinking on those two items is that given the expected significant increase in ambulance receipts due to some initiatives that Kevin and Roger and Tim Cummings, the intern, have been working on, we're expecting over the next several months and therefore years a quantum increase in ambulance receipts due to some change in billing practices to the tune of north of $250,000 per year. And the thinking is that once we see that revenue materialize, that we would be in a position to take the replacement of these vehicles off the backs of the taxpayer and have them funded via a borrowing funded by this new incremental revenue coming into the ambulance receipts. That's futures, so we put that on hold, and we're going to revisit it once we see how the new ambulance receipts revenue is trending. But the way Roger has explained this is that by replacing these vehicles, which would, I think was agreed, would make sense because of the age of the engine and then the amount of repair that would have to go into the ladder, it would make sense to permanently finance them with this new revenue, and we probably would not have a significant, knock on wood, equipment purchase in the fire department for a decade, Roger? Yes. For quite some time.
Let me just embellish a little bit on what Randy said, because this is a fairly major, significant announcement we're actually making here, and I want to be sure that both the board and the public understands the implications of this, and some very good work that was done. When we were doing this departmental fee increase business, one of the fees we looked at was the ambulance fees. Chief Hatfield and intern Tim Cummings took a look at that, and the chief discovered something that we weren't aware of. We had given Blue Cross Blue Shield a discount years ago in order to refer ambulance business to us. And the chief kind of started looking at that. That was prior to him becoming chief. He kind of looked at it, and he came to me, and he said, why would we do that? And I said, I don't know, because we're an ambulance emergency service. We don't get referrals from anybody. The idea being you get volume and you give a discount. So unless somebody really thought it through and understood the nature of the beast, it would have been very easy to sign that agreement and get a discount. So the agreement was signed some years past, but when the chief brought this to my attention, we quickly agreed that there certainly wasn't any justification, and so we repealed that agreement, and the income was an immediate increase of $60,000 a year in ambulance receipts to the town, just by repudiating that discount. Then what they started to look at was what we were billing at, and what we found was that we were billing at what's called Medicare plus a certain percent above it. Medicare sets the standard for the insurance companies. Well, come to find out that what towns charge is across a very wide spectrum, and we were, as far as we could discern, dead last. We were the lowest charging town. Now, if it were the case that insurance companies weren't paying 90% of this, we'd probably want to charge on the lower end, because if people were paying out of their pocket. But the reality is 90+% of these bills are paid by insurance companies, and frankly, whether they pay this fee or that fee, they don't care. Frankly, what they care about is they pay the bill. So to the extent 100 other communities are charging more than us, we're just leaving money on the table. We're just not collecting it for no good reason. So we've increased the fees to the maximum. For individuals who pay this fee, we have a hardship escape clause, if you will, so that if they're unable to pay it, they don't have to. We abate it all or in part. But for those that are insured, and that's the vast majority, this is what the market will bear. This is the usual and customary fee. And frankly, we're crazy not to charge it. We're just leaving money out there. Lots of communities are already doing this, so we charged it. The estimate, as Randy indicates, is the estimates are as high as $200,000 to $400,000 on top of what we're already collecting, which I think is
about $650.
So, what looks like it will happen, and we need this to go through a full year before we can say for sure that these collections are going to be at the level we're hoping. But what's at stake here is taking all the apparatus in the fire department that's related to ambulance service and funding it through ambulance receipts, and no longer having to fund that through the general fund. This is, it's funny because this will be unseen. The taxpayer won't see this at work. But what we've done is we've taken millions of dollars of very, very expensive high-end fire equipment, ladder trucks, engines, ambulances, taken them completely off being funded through general taxation by the taxpayers and put it strictly on the ratepayers who receive the service. This is an enormous financial step forward for the town. And I'm really proud of what the chief did, and Tim Cummings and Randy. Another example of some outstanding work that's going on. You won't see this in the budget presentation next week because it's off the main part of the budget, but I did want to take some time and tell you about it and the citizens of the town, because that's a very, very significant piece of work.
That's awesome.
Just a couple of remaining items that weren't funded. We talked about the statement of interest request. The schools will be handling that. We talked about the high school paving. There were about four other items that Superintendent Swanson had put forward. A dump truck, $54,000, a bucket truck at $170,000, and two other pickup trucks at $36,000, $30,000 respectively, that did not make the cut in terms of needing for replacement at this point in time. Another item here put forward by Bob Hicks, Memorial Hall, copper roof, skylight and gutter replacement work or renovation work for $112,000. That was an error that was meant to be put forward in 2013 and 2012, so we did not have to consider that for this meeting. And everything else was water and sewer related to Chapter 90 and was supported. And with one caveat, excuse me, an item that you don't see on here is probably the biggest item on the list, which would be funding for a renovation of this building. It wasn't ready for the CIP committee because the cost estimators are finalizing those cost estimates as we speak, or at least this month, and we're expecting those cost estimates to be finalized by the end of this month, and then we will go through a series of meetings which will ultimately culminate in a review with your board, looking for your input on the support or not of renovation project for this building. But we're far down the field. There's been two designs that have been developed, one for renovation of this building, another one for a new building. Both of those are being costed out, and we'll have those in a couple of weeks, and we'll march through those estimates with the building committee. We'll review it also with the department heads, and then we would bring it to the board. And if it's supported, then we would indeed have to go back to the capital committee to get their approval as well, because we can't have a capital project go forward to town meeting without approval by the capital committee. So that you will see probably in one of your next upcoming meetings.
Right. Randy, Mr. Heidecker had brought up earlier about grants and how we accept a grant, but we don't know what lies behind that. You know, like if there's a cost associated with it, like if it's a piece of equipment that, say, the police department gets, and maybe we have to pay for a maintenance fee, a monthly maintenance fee or something. Mm-hmm. Does that kind of go into any formula that you have?
No.
Or it doesn't?
No, it's if the board accepts a grant for a piece of equipment, and if the board accepts it, and then the department goes ahead and purchases a piece of equipment, if there are maintenance fees that go along with it, then that's something that they have to absorb into their budgets.
Into their regular budgets, then?
Yeah.
That doesn't come out of part of the grant, then?
It depends. If it's a one-time, if it's a maintenance fee that's covered by it, but if there are ongoing costs, then that's the responsibility of the department and at the whims of the normal budget process.
And they'd put it right on it would be a line item then, under their budget.
It would certainly be covered within a line item of their budget.
Okay,
yes.
Cool. Well, thank you for putting this together. This looks a lot better than, Yes, it does.
Yeah, than the original request, right.
Dick, yes.
A question, if I may. The chief and I have talked about the ambulance previously. The issue on the ambulance is it's a two-component element. There's a box on the back and a chassis motor underneath. You unhook the box, you lift it up, you put a new chassis under it, and you run. He indicated there were cracks in it. They have two maintenance people. We have a maintenance garage. I'm just wondering why we haven't touched the box, because the box is where the big expense is. The chassis may be $50,000 as opposed to $315,000. And it becomes a real question in terms of appropriateness.
Chief?
How are we all doing?
Great.
It's a very simple process. Because of the actual regulations that we have to follow through the state, in regards to the tightness of that box, it's not cost effective because of the wear and tear, the New England type roadways that we have, the frosties that they hit, and the mileages that we're putting onto these vehicles. When it's all said and done, we've abused that box. Now, you also have to remember, since I've been here, we started domino effect. That brand new ambulance goes from being the frontline piece for 2 to 3 years, then becomes the secondary ambulance, and after being there for 2 to 3 years, becomes the reserve for 2 years. So we're getting 6 to 7 years out of these ambulances, and at that point, when it gets to that 7th year, it's not worth trying to put the repair. Those boxes are pretty much abused. And again, we always look at different avenues that we can continue to use that asset as we are with the police department in making it a utility vehicle for them. It's a great question. We had lengthy conversations, and that's basically how the whole process works, and it's worked very well for us.
Great.
Just to underscore what the chief said, I've tried different things over the years with the used ambulances that we're getting rid of, just to illustrate how valueless they become because of the amount of wear. If you owned a pickup truck that was your personal pickup and you drove it the same amount of miles that we drive the ambulance, and you took that pickup in to trade it in, you'd probably get $10,000, $20,000 in trade. These ambulances typically will get $1,000 to $3,000 if we're lucky in trade. So I've actually tried putting them out on different vehicles, actually putting them in the car advertiser and trying to sell them that way. We still only get $1,000 to $3,000. And the reason is because people, once they know it's an ambulance and it's been subjected to the kind of abuse that those are subjected to, the chassis underneath, which is typically an International or a Ford, what do we run?
We're running internationals.
Okay, internationals. They just get so beat up they're not worth any money. And the market has proven over and over and over again that they're so valueless. So that's why we don't take the box off and keep the truck. We trade them all together.
Ask one more question.
Yes.
Just a question. I noticed that this year's request is about $500,000 less than last year's total requests. Is that a precautionary measure? For example, if we had the NFL lockout, I recall reading that certainly the financial impact, or is that just coincidental that it's $500,000?
It's the primary reason for the lower amount requested for FY12 and FY11 is that in FY11 there was $600,000 in the water enterprise that was requested for some pre-work design, etc., related to the Oak Street water treatment plant. So we don't have a major project like that for the water department this year. So that's the primary reason for the reduction. But if you want me to expand on the other part of your comment, I'm happy to. But if the board doesn't want to hear that about the impact of it,
just as a general note, if I can, we are concerned about declining free cash balances. We have been going down, and we have been relying on those free cash balances to support the operating budget. So the combined effect of maintaining that annual appropriation from free cash for the operating budget, using free cash to support the capital budget, and having declining free cash certifications every year is causing us to be much more conservative about that. And when we when we give you that presentation next week on the 29th about the overall town finances, you will hear us talk a great deal about what we're doing to try to restore that. But yes, this is definitely part of that, without a doubt. Now, in terms of are we forecasting an NFL lockout and therefore saying, let's not spend it? No. If that happens, then there will be far less capital spending next year, because that's the money we'll be relying on if we don't
Through the
collect
generation.
it. Right. Remember, we still get a minimum from the Patriots no matter what. The marginal amount that we might not get would be the capital budget next year. So that's how we would adjust to it. And Dick asked a question earlier, and I didn't have an opportunity to answer, but we have an absolutely well-thought-out, very thoughtfully considered plan were that lockout to occur.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank
you.
Just nothing to comment on, but I circulated the 5-year the updated 5-year capital plan. That's something that we're required to have, in our bylaws, 5-year capital plan. All the departments with capital items had submitted updates to it. Obviously, only the FY12 year is the one that's fully vetted. The other items are placeholders, for the time being, and then as we roll into each year, we review those.
Both of those plans, the 1 year for fiscal 12 and the 5-year, require votes of the board. Whether you take them tonight or whether you do it on another occasion, they do require votes, because we do transmit this FY12 budget to town meeting, and it requires your recommendation. And the 5-year plan goes in the bond disclosure document at whatever point we sell it, and it requires us to certify it has been approved by you.
Can we do it at next week's budget?
Yeah, after we have the presentation from you, or should...
Sure. We just a process note. In the past, for what it's worth, typically we present the capital budget is presented, and there's a vote or modification, and then the very next night, which is the same this year, we meet with the advisory committee, make the same presentation, and then we ask for their vote as well. Knowing that the operating budget is then the following week in order to meet the publication deadline. So if we back up the votes, it's just more work for this board and the advisory committee for the following week, but I defer to you on that.
Well, why don't we vote on this tonight then, and then you can go, you're scheduled for advisory tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night to review capital.
As usual? Okay. Why don't we?
So I'd make a motion that we, is it approved to put on the warrant?
Yes, it's a
To
place.
put on the warrant.
Well, actually, I say that. You haven't approved the warrant, but it's to approve the capital recommendation.
I make a motion we approve the capital recommendation, capital CIP budget.
CIP budget.
Second.
More discussion?
Well, I guess, I'm not going to vote for it until I have information on the snowplow. $133,000 is a lot of money for a street, for a sidewalk plow, so I want more information on that. So if you want to vote tonight, I'm going to vote against it only because I don't have enough information to vote affirmatively, or I'll abstain, either way. Okay?
Well, I'll withdraw my motion. I'd rather have a 5-0 vote, presuming that it's adequate.
That's the only issue I have. I mean, I just think that we've asked for the question, I'd like to get the answer.
It's not a problem to get that information to the board, and then once you've seen that, I'm going to have all the department heads here next week anyways for part of it. So if the board, we can put the CIP back on the agenda, and then once you've got that, if there's a question about that, Bob will be here. He can answer it, and then you can take the vote that night.
Okay.
With or
Right.
without
I
it.
withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have a hearing at 8 o'clock.
Can I read that?
Yeah, could you please get it?
I'll get it someplace. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. I'd like to read legal notice. Notice is hereby given that the Board of Selectmen will conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2011, at 8 p.m. in the Andrew A. Gala Jr. Meeting Room, 40 South Street, Foxborough, Mass., pursuant to its licensing authority in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, annotated Chapter 138, Sections 23, 64, and 67, and all amendments thereto. The purpose of this hearing will be to review and discuss information concerning alleged violations of Chapter 138 That occurred at Waxy O'Connor's, located at 121 Main Street, Unit 210 in Foxborough. All interested parties are invited to attend. Board of Selectmen, Town of Foxborough, James DeVellis clerk, and this was published on March 10th, 2011.
Thanks, Jim. Have the folks come up. Council, you want to get close to the microphone? Paul?
You want to come up, sit here so you can have a microphone?
I just need everyone's names for the record.
Gordon. Madam Chairperson, anybody that is going to testify tonight, at some point, I'd like to have them sworn in by Town Council.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, do you want to get all the names first?
Why don't we get the names first and then... Okay.
Gordon Hyde.
Kevin Kavanaugh.
Attorney Trish Farnsworth.
Richard McLeod. We have two officers here.
Officer Joseph McGowan.
Officer Patrick Morrison.
Edward O'Leary.
All right, may I swear them in?
Sure.
Would you please rise? Raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm that in the proceeding here tonight before the board, you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. All right, the witnesses are sworn.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
If I could, Madam Chairman, just a brief introduction.
Yep.
On the evening, late in the evening on December 23rd, I was contacted by Sergeant John Hannon, the shift commander for that particular evening. He reported that he perceived there was an overcrowding situation at Waxy O'Connor's and requested that I respond to that location. He had made contact already with a member of the fire service as well as the building commissioner. Upon arriving at the scene, I also met with Captain Triani, that was the fire commander that had come over from the firehouse, and Sergeant Hannon provided a short briefing of what had transpired, including the fact that a young man was taken into protective custody and was seated in Officer Morrison's car. And Officer Morrison will give direct testimony as to how that came about. I eventually did make an inspection of the interior. It was very densely packed. The only open area around the bar or within the facility was actually in the area of the pool table where the bathrooms are on the far side of the bar after you make entry. Later, I came out. I had further conversation with the shift commander. The issue had seemed to dissipate because they weren't allowing new people into the facility, and I left. Later on, in the next morning, when I took a look at the log, again, I saw that Officer McDonald had made an OUI arrest. And in reviewing that report, I observed that the suspect in that case had stated that her last drink had been at Waxy O'Connor. Again, Officer McDonald is here tonight and can provide direct testimony as to this arrest that was made and its relationship. Later, in February 6th, there was another situation of an OUI arrest where a young woman was passed out in the middle of the roadway at Mechanic and Chestnut Street, and Officer McDonald, again, was working that overnight shift, took the woman into custody. It was learned again that she was relating that her last drink was at Waxy's, and again, Officer McDonald will offer direct testimony on that. Based on my review of these situations, I felt there's a violation of our Rule 11, which is in our rules and regulations, about the over-service of an individual or providing additional alcohol sales to somebody that's intoxicated. And that's the case that we bring before you tonight. town council might want to have witnesses provide testimony, or does Ms. Farnsworth wish to make any comment at this point, or wait to hear the direct testimony now?
I'll wait
Do you
for
have
the
any
direct.
questions of the chief?
No, none of the chief.
All right. Do you want to make an opening statement at this point? Or wait until you hear the
Go
testimony?
ahead. Yep. Oh.
Okay. Could I have, let's see, let's do these in order, which would be the Brian Cottle, Officer Morrison then? Could you state your name and rank?
My name is Patrick Morrison. I'm a patrolman for the Blockville Police Department.
And can you describe to us the events of December 23rd, 2010?
Yes, I can. Approximately 11:18 p.m., myself and Officer Sean Buckley were dispatched to Waxy O'Connor's for report of an intoxicated male party who would not leave the establishment. When I arrived on scene, I observed two male individuals right next to the entranceway. I observed a large group of people gathering, waiting to get into the establishment as well. And I also observed a doorman who was standing by the door, who was an employee of Waxy O'Connor's.
Is that person present here today?
Yes, he is.
Who is he?
Mr. Kevin Kavanaugh.
And let the record show that he points to gentlemen sitting here before the Board of Selectmen.
Mr. Counsel, can you just identify for us, you said you got a call, you were made aware, and then you went out there. Where did the call come from or emanate from?
I believe the call came from Waxy O'Connor's themselves.
An employee of Waxy's?
I believe so.
Okay.
I made the call.
You made the call, okay.
I was standing in front of the establishment. Gentleman was very unruly. We had asked him to leave twice, and really felt like it was clear that he was not going to leave on his own.
Had he been there for a while?
To be honest with you, I really couldn't tell you honestly what time he got there, but I know that that night, it was the night before Christmas Eve, it had actually been really quiet until about 9:30. And at 9:30, there was really a steady stream of people that came in. I mean, literally, it was a stream that we eventually knew that we were getting close to capacity, and we stopped letting people in. Again, there ended up being a line of maybe 40 or 50 people that were waiting. Again, a guy I was working with, this gentleman was inside. We asked him to leave. He was not very cooperative. He asked him, he kind of, escorted him to the door. The gentleman actually, am I interrupting? Do you want to continue?
No, you're answering my questions. Please continue.
So this gentleman decided to go around back. He went through the kitchen door, and we actually kind of saw him going that way. So I told the guy I was working with, hey, can you stand at the kitchen door for a minute? If this kid comes back through, make sure you don't let him in. And that's what happened. He stopped him again, brought him back out in front of the bar. At that point, Brian, the gentleman, the customer in question, really shouted vulgarities at me for 15 or 20 minutes. After about 5 or 10 minutes of that, I called the police and said, hey, I can't control this kid. And, I felt like I needed some help. So, to be honest with you, the police came over.
So you're an experienced person at what you do?
I've been at Waxy's for 2 years.
Okay.
And this was, again, at that time I would have been at Waxy's for a year and a half. Worked at other places, yes.
Do you believe the person was intoxicated, or was he just belligerent?
That's an excellent question. To be honest with you, his personality was, he was extremely rude to me. I can't say, I couldn't tell you if that was his normal personality.
I mean, someone with your experience,
yeah.
Were you able to
We're not going to serve him anymore, that's for sure. We decided collectively not to serve him anymore, and to me that means that he was, at least in a way that we didn't want to serve him.
So maybe serving him less might have been a better thing in the first place.
Again, I can't say when he got there, how long he was there. I personally didn't serve him any drinks at all. I stand outside.
I know you didn't, but...
and...
So I was just asking you if you're the one who called the police and you were concerned that the person had too much to drink and he was in Waxy's establishment, there's a high likelihood that he probably had something to drink there, and that meant someone served him to the point where an employee like yourself felt it was uncontrollable and you needed to call the police. I was just trying to determine if that's what you were doing.
Again, I actually didn't call the police because he was drunk. I called the police because he was extremely rude and had intended to go back into the bar again. The 40 people standing in line, again, I wish they were all 40 of them were here tonight to describe to you what happened. He couldn't have been any more vulgar or obscene in my direction. I told him he wasn't going back in. I said I was going to call the police if he didn't, if something didn't happen. His direction to me was go ahead and again, in an extremely vulgar way, go ahead and do that.
Okay.
So I felt like I really didn't have a choice and called the police.
Thank you.
And was that person outside when you got there, officer?
Also, when the call came in as an intoxicated male party refusing to leave the bar.
Refusing to leave.
Yes.
So when you got there, was he outside, or was he still inside the bar?
The male party was speaking of?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, the male party was outside the bar.
He was outside. Okay.
He was outside the bar with a friend of his.
Okay.
And what did you do with him?
I engaged him in conversation. I observed that his eyes were red, glassy, bloodshot. He was very unsteady on his feet. As I engaged in conversation with him, I was unable to understand what he was saying because his speech was impaired. At which point, Mr. Kavanaugh informed me that this individual needed to leave. As he said that, the other male party began to yell, and as Mr. Kavanaugh said that he did yell obscenities towards him as well, at which point I placed this individual into protective custody.
Did Mr. Kavanaugh tell you anything about the service of alcohol to this individual?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
When I asked Mr. Kavanaugh just if he could tell me what was going on with this individual, he reported to me that the male party was in the building earlier and then left and tried to get back in. And Mr. Kavanaugh informed me that he denied this individual entry into the bar because he was, and I quote, obviously overserved. Mr. Kavanaugh stated this individual then went over to the tent and patio area and tried to get into the bar there as well. Mr. Kavanaugh informed me he was unable to get in there. However, he was able to enter the bar through the back door where the kitchen is. Once they discovered that he was in the bar, then they escorted him out again, and this is where that further incidents took place.
What did you understand him to mean by saying that the man was overserved?
That this person was intoxicated.
Overserved by whom?
Well, Mr. Kavanaugh stated that this person was in Waxy O'Connor's, so that would lead me to believe that he was overserved at Waxy O'Connor's.
And Mr. Kavanaugh was an employee of Waxy O'Connor?
Yes.
Did you prepare a police report?
Yes, I did.
Chief, do you have copies of those? Would you like to offer that as an exhibit?
Do you wish to mark these?
Yes. Mark.
Your assistant just left, sorry. You gotta do it all yourself now.
Is there one for each member of the board?
Yes, there is, sir.
So what
And I believe, Counsel, you have one as well?
I have one.
Okay.
Charlie has one.
All right, so if I could mark this as Exhibit 1 for the record, and we have copies for...
Just mark them all one as you get them. Okay, one of them wasn't marked, okay. We need
Was
one
this
more.
report prepared in the ordinary course of your police activities?
I don't believe that's mine.
Oh, did I pass up the wrong one?
This is
No,
Joseph
you've got-
McDonald.
You have all three reports of the incidents that I described
In one clip?
in one document.
I see. It is then the third one in on Exhibit 1. I see what you did.
Yes, it's going to be number 1618.
That's a report that you prepared in the ordinary course of business.
Yes, it is.
No further questions. Counsel?
Officer Morrison, did you see Mr. Caudle served alcohol within Waxy's establishment?
I did not.
And isn't it true that Waxy's called the police to come for this particular individual?
That's what my assumption is, yes, that they were the ones that called.
Okay, and isn't it true that this individual was belligerent,
Yes.
using obscenities, attacking the doorman.
I did not see Mr. Cottle attacking the doorman.
And isn't it true that Mr. Cottle threw a phone later at the police station?
That is correct.
And that's all I have for the officer.
All right, I'd like to call Officer McDonald. Officer McDonald, you were involved in two separate incidents. I'd like to take them in chronological order.
Oh, okay. Were we going to just address one? Because I would like to rebut the officer with my witness for this one, just to stay on each incident instead of moving on.
It's up to the board.
I'm all right with hearing him.
Linda, my
Well, it
preference
was-
would be to
it was-
finish off the event, do it serially.
One at a time. Yeah.
First one?
Right.
But Joe,
Just my
Joe
preference.
was involved with, oh, well, it goes into a different hour of,
I think she wants to potentially rebut what the officer just said, so that's why she wants her witness to testify now, so we can listen to them together.
Correct, because what we're dealing with now is an allegation that Mr. Cottle was overserved in Waxy's.
Correct.
Yes.
So I would like to just ask the doorman, Mr. Kavanaugh, a couple of questions. Mr. Kavanaugh, did you see Mr. Cottle served liquor and alcohol in Waxy's?
No, I was in front of the building.
And did you tell the officer that Waxy's overserved Mr. Cottle?
Again, to be honest with you, it was a very busy night. This guy was a real problem. I mean, he was shouting at me. We had a line. We had a very busy establishment. I don't remember the exact words that came out of my mouth. It was 3 months ago. I know I said, he's drunk, and I think the officer asked me, how'd he get that way? And I said, either he drank before he got here or he was overserved. I don't know. And again, looking back on that night, I mean, really up until 9:30, it was quiet. And all of a sudden, things got kind of crazy very fast. And this one individual was really difficult to deal with. I can't remember the exact words that came out of my mouth.
But this individual repeatedly tried to get back into the establishment.
We asked him to leave the first time. He wasn't necessarily, it wasn't, overly difficult. He left. He went around back. He got in again. We escorted him out again. The second time he was in front of the building, there was a line of people. Again, those people could tell you how belligerent he was. He was just vulgar and angry towards me. And that's really all I can tell you.
And did you or staff of Waxy's ever lose sight of him once it was determined that he was not to be served?
I'd say yes. The first time he left, he went around back of the building. There was a time where I didn't want to leave the front door because there were 40 people in line, and I wanted to make sure the line didn't move. We let anybody else in. So there was a time where I didn't see him, and I knew he was going to the back door, so I had a little radio. I told the guy I was working with, can you watch the back door? That might have been a little while before he actually came to the back door.
Okay, but no one at Waxy's, once it was determined not to serve him, he was never served
Certainly
again?
not. He didn't get within 5 feet of the bar.
Can I just ask a question? Since you know who the individual was, were you able to check credit card receipts that night and see what his bill was, or did he pay cash for his tab?
We looked up his name with the credit card receipts, and there was none. No, his name.
What about the person he was with? Says he was with another individual. Did the police officer talk to the second individual as well?
Yes, I did speak with the other individual.
And you have his name?
Yes, I do.
And did Waxy O'Connor's have his name or have an opportunity to ask him his name?
I don't know, sir.
I personally did not ask his name.
You had the police reports with the name on it.
So you could have, I guess here's my concern, all right? You called the police. You've indicated, you're not quite sure what you said, but you indicated that he might have been drunk, might have been overserved, not sure, busy night, certainly understand that. But, highly susceptible to the fact that the person was overserved in your place, just in my opinion, based on what you said and what the officer said. So I wanted to know, did you take every step to find out whether it's true or not? Because obviously it's important to me to know how responsible you are as an establishment. And if you knew he was with another individual and you knew the name of the other individual, you could have checked to see if either one of them used a credit card that evening, and if so, what their bar tab was. And that would be helpful to me. If you didn't do that, you didn't do it.
No, we didn't do that. We could go back and do it, but we checked for Mr. Cottle, who was, the person that they were concerned about. And the standard is not to serve someone once they show signs that they are intoxicated or going that way. And that is when they stopped serving this person. I mean, they did not overserve. I mean,
well, you weren't there, so you can't make that statement the same as anyone else can. We don't have any witnesses so far that has said they've served them even one drink. Are you bringing any waitresses or waiters this evening to say that they served them or didn't serve them? What witnesses do you have to tell us anything about that? Do you have anybody that served that evening? Served him?
No, our position is the decision was made by Waxy's not to serve him. And Waxy's called the police to help get a belligerent individual off the premises. They got him out of the bar after he had
been there for some period of time.
It's unclear. We don't know when he got there. They don't know when he got there.
I understand they don't know when he got there, but it appears from what your witness said, he had been there for some time. So I'm just going with what your witness said. Thank you very much.
I would have to, again, I can't say, literally, I'm sorry, I don't know what time he came in. I couldn't say. Literally, not anyway. Believe me, I'm trying to be as honest as possible.
No, and I understand that, but he obviously got in the building.
Yep.
Well,
and if you're the bouncer out front and someone's coming into the building that appears to be that belligerent, that drunk, why would you have let him in the first place? Unless, when he went into the building, he wasn't in that condition, and only in that condition after being in the building for some period of time. I presume that's why I asked you earlier how much experience you had and how professional you were, because I have to believe that you're paid to stop people from coming into that establishment who appear to be already intoxicated. Now, when he left the building and kept trying to get in, besides being belligerent, you also indicated to the officer and indicated to us you felt the man was intoxicated. Didn't say where, but if he got into your building, he had to get by you. And if you're the professional I think you are, he wouldn't have got by you. So I can only conclude that he was probably sober when he went into the building, and he isn't when he came out of the building, and so he must have brought his own liquor in that evening and served himself inside their establishment.
Excellent point. Can we hear from Officer Morrison again? I have a question for him. Mr. Kavanaugh stated that in conjunction with saying he was obviously overserved, that perhaps he was, I'm not sure your exact words, but to the effect of maybe he drank before he got here, along those lines. Do you recall him saying anything along those lines, and would that be something that you would have particularly noted?
I don't recall Mr. Kavanaugh stating that this gentleman entered the bar in that situation.
Is that the kind of thing that you would have, stood out to you, or is it could have been said and you just don't recall?
It was not said.
It was not? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Officer Morrison, just
go ahead.
A quick question. Your report is very detailed. When did you draft this report?
I drafted that report that evening.
So this was written the same evening that the event took place?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, a few more questions for
Yeah.
Mr. Kavanaugh. So I'm sorry if you already answered it. I'll just ask it a little different way. So when Mr. Cottle was taken away, was there any sort of internal, I don't want to say investigation, but did you go and say, okay, has someone been serving this fellow, and did you find anyone? What's the protocol when someone's hauled off?
To be honest with you, no. The answer is no to that. Once he was gone, again, we have a job to do maintaining order in the establishment then. As I mentioned, there was a line of people waiting to get in. We were letting people in and out based on how many people left, but I did not go to a bartender and ask if anyone had served in person.
Okay, because I would say, and I know we have a long night in front of us, I think that is our expectation, that when someone's taken away by the police, that would find out who, in the event that, there's someone who's made a mistake and overserved. I would think that person gets fired. And if that investigation didn't occur, that's really, in my view, a lapse of judgment. So that's editorial. Sorry for the editorial in this, but
I agree with you, Paul.
Any other questions for the officer?
Just one other question. You took him into protective custody, you took him to the station?
That's correct.
He spent the evening in the station?
No, he had his brother came pick him up. His brother was sober.
Was his brother with him at Waxy's, or his brother came?
No, his brother was not with him at
Came
Waxy.
from some other place. And did he, were there any statements from him at all, in writing or anything else?
From Mr. Brian Cottle?
Yes.
I was unable to get really any statements out of him. His speech was pretty impaired.
And did you follow up with him later?
I advised Mr. Cottle that he could return to the station to speak with me if he wanted to, and I also advised Mr. Cottle's brother, and neither one of them ever returned to speak with me.
Why wouldn't you have contacted him and asked him what time he got to the bar, how many drinks he was served, who served him, those kinds of questions?
My job at the time was just to take care of the situation that I had. Okay, right then I have a person who's in front of a bar who's being belligerent.
No, I mean a few days later, or 2 days later, 3 days later.
I really don't have an answer.
Chief, can you help me understand why in a case like that? Is that normal protocol not to follow up with the person? I mean, we were questioning whether the bar had done their own investigation relative to their staff, et cetera. Is it normal or not normal to have the police contact the person afterwards, and obviously they don't have to say anything, but ask them how long they were there, who may have served them, how many drinks they may have had, how they may have paid for their drinks?
Actually, sir, it's abnormal.
Abnormal practice, okay.
Because it would not be a routine thing for the officers to try and make those connections, given the volume of calls that the staff is handling now, to try and do a follow-up of that nature.
Okay.
May I just ask a question then as a follow-up? Did you ask the witness that Mr. Carter was with anything about were they in there, were they drinking, what was going on? Is there something in your report about that?
I didn't ask that person any questions. He came up to me and he informed me of the situation that happened. After I placed Mr. Call into the back of my cruiser, the other individual he was with came up to me and gave me a brief statement of what he observed that evening.
Okay, so, but then also Mr. Cardle told you that he was there with his brother. That's what your report says.
Right, well, the brother that picked him up was not the one that was at Waxy's. He informed me that he wasn't at Waxy's. He called someone who wasn't at home. I don't know if it was his other brother or not.
Okay, but you didn't see the other brother there?
No, the only person I saw up front was Mr. Cottle and the other individual listed in my report.
Just a quick question. Was there a discrepancy on a fight or an altercation that happened outside? Mr. Cottle's friend said Mr. Kavanaugh threw him up against the wall and then threw him on the ground. Was that while you were there or before you got there?
If that did take place, it did happen before I was there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, can I go forward with the next episode? Could you state your name and your rank?
Joseph McDonald, patrolman.
And you're here on two different episodes, so I would like to take the first one chronologically, which was the episode of 1224. Can you describe that episode for us?
Yes, I was working the 12 to 8 shift in a marked unit. I was on overtime shift. I was traveling down North Street. There was a vehicle in front of me. I observed the vehicle pull off into the other lane, going around another vehicle. That vehicle was stopped in the roadway, blocking the traffic lane and blocking Beach Street, so it was right at Beach and North. Pulled up to the vehicle, tried to get the attention of the party that was in there. She was looking down. I finally, after a couple of minutes, I rolled down my window. I finally, to get her attention, had to shine my spotlight on her. I got out of the vehicle, had conversation with her, detected a strong odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from her breath. I asked her where she was coming from and where she was going. She stated she had come from Waxy's, and that she was in Norwood. She believed that she was not in the town of Foxborough, that she was actually in Norwood. Asked her to put her car into park because it was in drive. She stated it was. The rear lights came on. I asked her again. She finally did so. I called for a backup unit. I asked her to get out of the car. She had a problem getting out of the vehicle. Officer Buckley arrived at the scene. She had used the door. She was unsteady on her feet. Her speech was slurred. Her eyes were red and bloodshot. I advised her I wanted to do some roadside sobriety checks. She said she would. She was very happy, overly happy for the situation. Strong odor of alcohol coming from her breath. She failed every test that we gave her. At one point, fell backwards toward Officer Buckley. She advised that she was under arrest for operating under influence. She was still quite happy about that, and actually when I put the cuffs on, I put them on her loosely, she kind of skipped and danced to the back of my cruiser. Transported her back to the station, gave her her rights under the law, advised her if she would take a breathalyzer test, which she did, and those readings were 2.3. The simulator test, which was 1.5, which is the liquid test where it should be, and the second test was a 1.2. Those are almost 3 times the legal limit. She was booked for OUI, and she later pled out in court on those charges.
By pled out in court, you mean that she admitted?
Yes, I'm also the court officer for the town of Foxborough, so I was there when she signed a sheet and admitted and pled out to those charges that she was OUI.
And did you prepare a report in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, I did it during that shift.
The same night that this episode occurred?
Yes.
And that report is part of Exhibit 1?
Yes, it is. That's going to be report number 10-1619-AR.
And in your experience as a police officer, given the state of her intoxication, can you tell us how long a period of time was she intoxicated?
I've been a police officer for 20 years. The legal limit for alcohol for impairment in Massachusetts is 0.08. This subject was almost 3 times that. You can't get to 3 times a 0.23 in a short period of time. So it would have to have been over a prolonged several hours of drinking to get to a 0.23 level.
And did she identify where she was served alcohol?
She identified that she got served at Waxy's.
No further questions.
Officer McDonald, you did not see this person drink at Waxy's, correct?
No, ma'am.
And she didn't tell you what time she was at Waxy's?
No, ma'am. The only thing she stated to me when I asked her that question, where she was coming from and where she was going, she stated she was coming from Waxy's and she was going to Norwood. And she believed she was in Norwood at the time. I had to tell her she was in Foxborough still.
Okay, so who knows how long she was there, if or where she was coming from? I mean, we just don't know.
I have no knowledge of that.
Did you folks check your bar records that night?
Yes, Mr.
We
Hyde?
didn't find a credit. We only found one credit card receipt, and that was from the next person.
What do you mean the next person?
The next person we're going to talk.
Oh, the next person we're going to talk about. Okay.
Yeah, we were only able to find one.
Any subsequent conversations with this individual?
At the station, she was just booked in the usual manner. I didn't have any particular, I don't recall any particular conversations about Waxy's or anything of that nature.
Okay.
Just so it's clear, I mean, you go down the other end of North Street, and that's where Waxy's is.
Correct. It's a short distance.
Right.
I guess I'm unclear. Are you saying that there's no proof that she was at Waxy's?
Except for her statement that she was coming from Waxy's. There's no proof that she was there or what time she was there.
Why would someone make that up, do you think?
Well, they go to friends' homes, they stop somewhere else.
We have 13, 14 restaurants in town. You can come up with lots of names. Why do you think she would have just come up with Waxy's?
Well, she could have been there earlier, but there's no evidence that she was served while she was visibly showing signs of intoxication at Waxy's.
So when she was...
That's why 24J reports, you cannot base a finding a violation of Section 69 intoxication on a 24J report. It's not 100% evidence. It's just not. People say a lot of different things.
Linda, can I ask a question of Paul? Paul, is that true? In other words, if all we have is essentially hearsay, what this woman said, can we make a finding that we believe she drank at Waxy's and there was a violation?
Yes, perhaps I should have outlined in the beginning that there will be a de novo hearing before the ABCC, at which point we will be getting subpoenas and we will be having a fuller range of witnesses. For purposes of the hearing today, we were not able to arrange the presence of the individuals. We made an effort to get them here, but we did not obtain subpoenas from the board because this board has not had experience doing subpoenas, and so this didn't seem to be the occasion to try and initiate that process here. So but we do have the business records, which fall as an exception to the hearsay rule, which are the police reports.
Okay.
Which establish the business records exception. So there is enough evidence for you to make a finding if you feel...
If we so find, yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And you also have the testimony of the officer about the excessive amount of alcohol that she had, meaning that it was a problem for quite some time before the incident. And you had the question that Selectman de Villiers asked, which is how far this site is from Waxy's. Maybe I should ask that question again. How far is it in
It's probably less than a mile. Less than a mile from Waxy's, right to where the Rotary is, the new Rotary, Mr. Polar's Rotary there is.
Okay.
Is where
Thanks,
Waxy's
is. Just a quick follow-up. You said she pled out on this exact situation?
Yes, she did. She was offered from the district attorney's office the standard first-time program for OUI, which is a continue without a finding for a year. Have to go through all the program, pay all the fees, standard loss of license, and she stays out of trouble for that year period.
So in that process, she was in front of a judge and under oath and asked similar questions, where she was coming from?
Correct.
And did she say she was coming from Waxy?
The last question the judge always asks is where you had your last drink. This party stated her last drink was at Waxy's.
Under oath in front of the
Under
judge.
oath.
Okay.
And that can be obtained through the courts, and it's taped.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have any. Do you?
Next case.
No.
Okay, then let's go to the incident of February 6th. Can you describe what happened that night?
Yes, on that night I was working another overtime shift in the MARC unit. I was dispatched to Chestnut Street and Mechanic Street for a possible DMV, which is a disabled motor vehicle. Upon my arrival, I saw a motor vehicle in the intersection stopped in where the lights are. I went up, had put my blue lights on, went up to the vehicle. There was a white female, blonde hair, behind the wheel. The vehicle was running, in drive, sleeping. Her head was up against the window. My concern was to try to wake her without startling her so the vehicle would take off. I had that happen before. So I was tapping on the window to get her to wake up. After a short while, she did wake up. She appeared to be very startled. I asked her to shut the vehicle off, to put it in park. She had a hard time doing that. I was asking her to roll down the window. She had a hard time doing that. She was adjusting the radio, the heat controls. She could not open the door at all. That time, Officer Taggart arrived on the scene. She finally got the window rolled down. I asked her to, where's she coming from? There was a strong odor of alcoholic beverage coming from her mouth. The interior of the vehicle was very strong with an alcohol smell. She stated she was coming from Waxy's, which is a very short distance. Chestnut Street is on the same road as Waxy's. We asked her to shut the vehicle off and put it in park. The vehicle actually started moving. I had to yell at her several times to get her to finally get the vehicle in park and shut the vehicle down so it wouldn't be a danger to myself, her, or anyone else. She was asked to step from the vehicle. She had a hard time opening the door. She couldn't even open the door. She wasn't even reaching, She had to use the door for support, and she almost fell. If Officer Taggart wasn't there and grabbed her, she was going to fall and get injured. At that point, it was determined that I couldn't even give her any roadside tests at all because she was going to be a danger to herself. She was placed in handcuffs. We escorted her. She had to be helped into my cruiser. From the distance, you all know with Chestnut to Mechanic Street, she vomited all inside my vehicle and on herself. At that point, I called dispatch and I asked for the fire department to come down to take a look at her. I was very concerned of her intoxication level because of her vomiting. Brought her in the station, put our gloves on. They came down, looked at her, determined that she didn't want to go to the hospital. She vomited several more times during the process of the booking. Excuse me. We had to stop the booking process because of her intoxication. She could not go on. So it was determined that we'd call in a matron, and the matron would come and watch her. And the next morning, we did finish the process of the booking. She did not take a breathalyzer test. She refused it.
So we don't know what her account was then?
I don't know what her account. I can judge what her. It appeared as a 20-year officer in this department. It appeared that she was highly intoxicated, where she couldn't stand. She was asleep in an intersection with a foot on the brake, and then vomited several times and couldn't answer any questions. So my determination that she was highly intoxicated. That case is still pending over in Rentham District Court, so I can't give you an outcome on that one.
Linda, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, I'm just reading your report. You wrote, I asked her where she was coming from. She stated Waxy O'Connor's. Just to be specific, did she say she drank there?
She didn't. I just asked where she was coming from. I smelt an odor of the alcoholic beverage. I asked her where she was coming from. She stated she was at Waxy O'Connor's.
Is there a question?
Yes.
This happened at 1:40 in the morning?
I believe so. Is it 1:40?
It says 1:40 on your report.
Yeah.
What time does Waxy's close?
We usually call last call at around 12:30.
12:30?
Get everybody out by 1.
Out by 1.
Okay.
We found a
Okay, go ahead.
found a receipt when she closed her checkout, which was at 20 to 12.
And can you tell from which?
11:40. It was
How
3
much?
drinks. Yeah, we pulled it up.
Could we have that marked as Exhibit 2?
Joe, you folks don't, like, check the vehicle if there's alcohol in the vehicle, do you?
Yes, we have a standard inventory sheet that we do on any arrest. So I would not have done the inventory on that one. It would probably have been Officer Taggett because the vehicle was towed, but it's a tow slip.
Yeah.
And if there's anything in there, it would be marked on the tow slip.
Can I ask a question about the invoice? So there are 3 drinks on there. You wouldn't give one person 3 drinks at the same time, would you? Or
No. These particular drinks they're actually shots. So we don't know whether she was taking 3, there were 2 of her friends and she did 3 because it doesn't show up. It just shows that there was 3 of those shot drinks on her tab.
Okay.
But she left that at 11:40.
Okay.
She was alone in the vehicle, though.
She was alone in the vehicle.
And I just want to direct your attention to the second page, is her charge slip. If you look, it looks pretty, if someone was really intoxicated, they don't go on the line. She added the tip rate. The numbers are decipherable.
Chairman, good question.
Yes, Kevin.
You said that she left at 11:40. Is that the time on the receipt, or is that the time someone observed her leaving?
That's the time she closed her check, usually when you're leaving.
But she didn't necessarily leave?
No. We tried to find on the
Just
camera.
wanted that clarification for the board.
Have we subsequently found out if she was by herself or with friends?
I'm not sure if she was. Someone, I think, came the next day, but I'm not sure if she was. She was in the vehicle by herself at that point. That's all I know.
When is the court date in Rentham?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check on that. I was working on that case, and actually she was going to plead out on that case at arraignment. The judge advised her not to speak with a lawyer or take some time on the next court date, so it's probably sometime in April. But her intention was to plea out on that date because we did a green sheet on that, which is an agreement between the district attorney's office, myself, and the party arrested.
Why would the judge make that kind of a recommendation?
Judge Ostrak always likes on OUIs like that to give a little bit of time because it is a pretty serious offense, even though it's continued without a finding for a year. If you get a second OUI, it's 14 days. So it's pretty substantial. Even though you stay out of trouble for that year, it gets dismissed and it doesn't count. It does count for a second offense OUI. And to have one at that age is pretty substantial.
When you say that age, what age was the person?
She was in her early 20s.
It's on the report data.
That's a question. Gordon, did you just say that there are cameras in Waxy's?
Yeah.
So did you look through the footage to see on any of these cases?
Yeah, we did, but we couldn't. There's too many people in there. Most of the cameras are faced behind the bar, not on the floor.
Okay. Now, Paul, when this goes further and you're saying they do the investigation, all that would be subject to looking at the cameras and more investigation past this hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
if there's an appeal. If we were to find certain ways and do a penalty.
Yes.
I just have a couple of questions
Sure.
for the officer. Officer, you say that she was in the intersection of Chestnut and Mechanic. Where was the car exactly?
She had just gone through Chestnut Street, right in the intersection, so she was heading toward the Ahern School direction. The St. Mary's Church Cemetery is directly in front of her.
So she was going straight through the light?
Yes.
By our house.
Okay, is it true, is this her address, 91 Mechanic Street?
I believe so.
So where is that in relation to this intersection?
That intersection, she was going to take 91, she should have took a right at the intersection.
Yeah.
And how far was she from her home?
Quarter mile.
Not even a quarter of a mile or so.
And how far was she from Waxy's?
Probably the same distance.
And this was 1:40 in the morning.
Correct.
And Waxy's closes at 1, you know that.
Correct.
You've never been there for them staying open after hours or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And Officer, the judge, too, may suggest that she get a lawyer since there was she didn't take the test, the breathalyzer test, and there were no roadside sobriety tests performed, correct?
Correct. She took the plea that they offered her on her own. That was her option. And it was the judge, correct, that said, why don't we hold off? And
Okay.
I could let the board know when that case is resolved or when the next date is.
Lorraine?
When Waxy's closes, do employees ever look to see if there's anything going on in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm in the parking lot for 15 minutes maybe afterwards.
15 minutes
and
afterwards.
would regularly make sure that, there's no fighting or anything like that.
Are cars often still there?
Not by the time the 15 minutes is over, no. Again, on random occasions, one or two cars.
Could be.
Oftentimes, people leave the car there knowing that they can't drive home.
Mhm.
So, I mean, again, but somebody would always pay attention. Somebody would always look out there. Usually, often on Friday and Saturday nights, we have a band. The band packs up their gear and has to leave. So we're standing there watching the band pack up their gear. Usually takes at least 15 minutes. So we would just watch, stand there watching while that happens.
Do Waxy's employees look into cars that are still there after?
I wouldn't know if that was even legal. I would think that that's a privacy issue, not to go, snooping around people's cars. I mean, I'm not
just
looking
curious
for people
if,
that are
if you
we
happen to
wouldn't
see
want-
someone passed out at the wheel,
we
what
certainly,
you would
again,
do.
The guys I work with, we take it very seriously. We all have other jobs. The money we make there really helps support our families. We take this pretty seriously. If somebody were stumbling out of the place, we would stop them and get them a cab. The people at the cab service practically know my voice. They could, they come by anytime we need them. We try to get people that shouldn't drive not to drive.
Wait a minute, now, so for the record, you've just said that the cab companies know your voice, and when people who shouldn't drive, you call a cab. So those people that shouldn't be driving, were they served in Waxy's? And when you decide, I mean...
I couldn't possibly say.
But if someone's coming out of Waxy's who you've let in, and you've determined that they can't drive, what would be the logical assumption to realize where they maybe had too much to drink? You let them in, you don't want to let them out and drive. I give you credit for having the responsibility of calling the cab for them, but where do you think they got the drink in between the time they went in and the time they came out that you felt as a professional it wasn't safe to let them drive? That's very, very disconcerting to me.
I mean, to answer that question as honestly as possible, I can't say. If people come in, somebody might have had 2 drinks when they came in and 2 drinks in the bar, and maybe 4 drinks more than they should have to drive home. If you're impaired in any way, we ask you not to drive home. You don't have to be falling down drunk or passed out in the corner for us not to tell you to drive home. We actually take this as a pretty serious responsibility, go out of our way to tell people not to drive home. Police stations across the street, we'll tell people. Police stations across the street, don't drive home. We'll tell people, hey, don't be, you can't, wander around the street. I mean, I feel like we take it as serious as we can.
Chief, did you want to...
Just not so much for Officer McDonald, but on the night in question of this last case, very often I've heard anecdotally that there's a sandwich vendor outside, and on this particular night, would you have had it in February selling sandwiches as the crowd breaks up, that somebody could stop and get a sandwich on the way out? Does anybody recall that night? in February? I know it's,
I can't say as far as that specific night.
If it was a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night, yes.
okay. So on Thursday, Friday, and
That's
Saturday,
the only nights we do that.
there's someone selling sandwiches, so if somebody wants to grab something to
Yeah,
eat before they
something
have...
hot, yeah.
Okay, that's my only question.
But you serve food in your restaurant?
Mhm.
But you provide someone outside to sell them food?
Yeah, we do it ourselves, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever had any complaints from anyone else in that plaza relative to when they come in the mornings, especially on a Monday morning, having throw up all over their building or the side of the building or the windows?
Never.
I've never come and talked to you about that?
No.
Okay.
Paul?
So, Linda, sorry, just to make sure, on the, this woman who was vomiting, but you weren't able to perform some of the typical tests. In your opinion, was she drunk or might she have had the flu? What's your professional opinion?
My professional opinion that she was highly intoxicated to
Okay.
the point where she couldn't not
So,
breathe.
not the flu, okay.
No,
And
she-
then, second question is, given the amount, how frequently you drive around town, how likely, or how long might she have been there? What's the longest period that she could have been there, passed out in the car? Or can you even guess that?
I can't even guess. Like I said, when we arrived, there wasn't a lot of traffic at that point. So
It could have been an hour for, and you wouldn't have.
Yeah, whoever
Go
called,
until then.
someone made a phone call
Someone
saying there
called.
was a possible DMV in the intersections. That's what I was responding to with that.
Okay.
So in my mind, it was a disabled motor vehicle possible.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yep.
You've been a police officer for
20 years.
20 years, and you've dealt with a lot of intoxicated persons during that period of time.
Correct.
Based on your knowledge for 20 years, how far back from 140 would you say that she was intoxicated? How many hours before?
She was like the other party. If I had to make a determination, you could, being an 08, she was well over the 08 limits, so she would have had to have been drinking for a long period of time to get to that intoxication level, in my opinion.
And I want to make sure that you've identified the police report that you prepared.
The report that I prepared is 11-186-AR.
And did you prepare it on or about the time of the incident?
Yes, I did it on that shift.
And this was prepared in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, it was.
That's all I have.
Just
Yes.
to follow up, Officer, this particular individual, we do not have a blood alcohol content on her.
No, I don't.
And you're not a toxicologist, so you cannot extrapolate back.
I can form an opinion, which is what my job is. I've dealt with intoxicating parties for 20 years. I've worked every stadium event they've ever had up there. I have a pretty good knowledge when I see someone and have a conversation and deal with them. If they're intoxicated, highly intoxicated, I
Right,
feel
but
I
you
can
can't
form
say
a
that they
educated opinion.
had 3 shots a half hour before, or they were drinking since 6 p.m. that night. I mean, there's
No,
just
I
no
can't
way
form
to say that.
He asked me what my opinion was, and my opinion is that she was highly intoxicated due from my past experiences as a police officer.
Anything else for Officer McDonald?
No, but I guess I have a question. You're the owner of Waxy's?
One of the owners.
One of the owners. So would you just share with us your reaction to this evening? The police reports, the issues, the 3 different circumstances, and what your process and procedures are or are not?
Well, in the last 12 months, we had a problem with this issue about 12 months ago.
Correct.
Since then, we were here, where we are right now, and since then we've done everything we can. We've brought on extra security. You know, we've given the security radios. You know, We briefed our staff, brought in tips to get everybody certified, give them a warning that, how serious this is to overserve people. Most of the people that work for me are married with kids. They're supporting their families. They're taking it very serious, and I honestly think that I spoke to the chief after the summer, and he said it was a good, because I was saying any problems, and he was saying not really over the summer. And that was the last time I spoke to him, and then this came up. So I thought we were doing a pretty good job. We're very strict on the door. We're turning a lot of people away. We're cutting people off at the bar every night.
And you got rid of pitchers?
We used to serve pitchers, so we got rid of those because we couldn't control how much a customer was drinking out of the one pitcher. A person could be drinking the whole lot or sharing it with their friends. So we've done away with that. So everybody's drinking out of their own.
And they also adopted an alcohol policy that every employee, it's posted and every employee is trained on it, and they need to sign off on it. And it's a good policy.
So do you believe that in any of these three instances, that all three instances are bogus? That the persons lied when they said they were at Waxy's, or that any of the testimony from the police department is incorrect or inaccurate?
I know the girl was at Waxy's because I've seen her credit card slip, but she had 3 drinks. Usually when someone closes their check, they'll leave. It was at 20 to 12. The other girl, we have no recollection of her being at Waxy's that night. And the guy, we called the police to come to help us in the situation, and we're in violation of it.
You say we're in violation?
Well, you're saying we're in violation of something that we thought we were doing right. Last time I spoke to the chief, he told me any incident, call the police.
Right.
He wants us to call the police.
Right, so I'm asking...
We did.
Right, so I'm asking you if you believed, based on the facts and circumstances, that person you called the police on was intoxicated because he'd been served at least even one drink in your restaurant.
I think myself that he came in there and he probably had drink. People can act coming in the front door and get past the doorman, and they can go in there and have one drink and act like monkeys. And I believe this is what happened with this guy.
So you believe you served him?
I wasn't there. I was in Ireland, but I don't know. But I believe he might have come in the front door and was acting sober. And whether he got a drink inside, I don't know.
Okay.
So, Mayor Linda?
Yeah.
There's one issue violation a year ago, and then these 3, December, and February. Any issues since this last one?
Yes, I know.
As a manager, any issues?
I can't think of any off the top of my head. The February, that was only last month. Nothing specific that comes to mind that anybody was unruly in any way. We actually, again, to be honest with you, the one incident that we had, we almost never, ever, have physical altercations of any sort or call the police. We really do the best we can to keep people from ever getting to that point. Again, we try to advise people. We go up to them in advance and say, we're coming in the door even, and tell them, if we feel like you've been overserved or that you've been drinking beforehand, we won't serve you further. People know in advance, and to be honest with you, I'm not very popular.
Thank you.
Jim, you want to ask the chief that question too, whether his folks have found any other issues?
I would respectfully request you not answer that question.
Okay.
Focused on these
There's
3 incidents.
3 incidents before you.
Fair enough, thank
You need
you.
to make a finding on this and not based on any extreme incidents.
Mr. Kavanaugh, you said that there was a lot of people standing in line to get in.
Yeah.
When
On that incident?
on the confrontation with.
Yeah.
So it's kind of late at night, and you've got that many people waiting to get in. It's and you personally are checking everybody's ID before they enter. And
Again, I don't personally check every person's ID. There are other guys that work the door. You're right. I didn't check.
so you had a partner with you that evening.
There were 2 guys with me.
There was 2 guys with you.
Yeah.
So you're watching how many people are in there.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We wouldn't leave 40 people in line if we could let them in.
I'm thinking, why is there that many people standing in line? But I suppose if you have one person that you're dealing with.
And you said earlier that night it was dead.
Early in the evening, it was very quiet.
So why would you have 3 people on the front door if there was no crowd?
to be honest with you, once we're scheduled to work, again, I'm sorry to say it this way with Gordon sitting next to me, but the guys want to get paid, and we show up to work expecting to work. If there's no crowd, we stay the whole night anyways. In fact, that's the way it is.
Okay.
We're still going to check IDs, every last ID, until we stop letting people in. We're still going to monitor the establishment, make sure that everybody's okay.
So what happens if I go in there and I'm having dinner,
Yep.
and then I decide, well, I'm going to stay and listen to the band? So I haven't gotten carded from you as the doorman, so you don't even know that I'm in there.
Before I arrived, you would be carded by a waitress or a bartender.
Right, but you don't know how long I've been in there.
I don't, but a waitress or a bartender who would have served you at that point would almost always tell me, this person's been here since X period of time.
Yeah.
To be honest, again, on Friday or Saturday night, at that point in time, there aren't that many people having dinner that stay the entire evening. Maybe 10 or 20.
Yeah.
And of those people, a waitress would almost always
And
say...
they're eating...
Yeah.
And
A waiter or waitress bartender
Right.
would almost always say beforehand, this person's been here for this period of time.
So, just curious, do we do closing statements, or do you look for motions for findings of fact next?
Well, first I want to give them an opportunity to present a case.
Okay.
We've been asking questions, but she's got the right to put on any case she wants. She brought another individual here. I don't know whether she plans to call him as a witness or whatever. So she has to have an opportunity to present whatever she wants.
Just give me a moment.
Yes.
Excuse me, to say what you want, some of the safeguards we have in places. And when somebody... Somebody else will get it, and that's why we have these guys walking around. It's just another level of safety that would be taken.
I think I just want Gordon to again say, what he's put in place, the level of security and, this
policy.
How the door works, that how many people come in or come out, and that you ensure that people aren't delivering drinks to someone that's not.
Unfortunately, we can't search people coming in, and we do find a lot of bottles and nips in the bathrooms at the end of the night that people are bringing in, girls are bringing them in their handbags. We've no control over that, but and it does happen. It happens a lot. I mean, we're clearing them out of there every night, out of the bathrooms.
Right.
Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that Gordon has been here before, and we're trying to help him out, get going on some of these things, and he has. He's put a policy together, looks awesome, and if I was an employee, I'd take it pretty strict. But you had some training too. Did you work with Gordon on working on policies and things like that?
Actually,
that training that you had?
The most recent trainings, we did not have, as I recall, people from Waxy.
Okay.
However, as a result of the last one, in fact, Ms. Farnsworth was there, and he did train and brought in a speaker that gave his entire serving staff the TIPS course within the last year and a half.
Yep.
So many of his people that are long-term employees have that certificate that we've talked about, the responsible beverage service through TIPS.
Yep.
And they have alternative ways. His company has paid for it in the past for employees. So the most recent training that I offered as part of the responsible beverage service, they did not participate in, but they had recently done it for their staff of that time.
And you have one coming up in April, don't you?
Correct, but all the seats are taken on that already.
Is any individuals from Waxy on that, do you know, as attendees?
I do not recall.
Gordon, do you know if you signed up?
To be honest with you.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
Okay. Do you send them out? Do you send out notices to all the establishments?
If I could just address that.
Yeah.
When we set that up, letters went to all the registered managers. indicating that we were going to, number one, announcing the responsible beverage service,
Yeah.
announcing that we had set up 2 trainings for people at the community's cost could attend either of these trainings, and gave directions for how they could register members of their staff. I actually did a follow-up within the last 10 days because I had to change the date of the second training due to a surgery that one of my trainers had, so I had to push it back to April 25th.
Okay.
So that letter just went out. And I've had callbacks already from people that had not signed up from the original letter, but again, I had completely filled that particular course as well. So I've talked to those people. I've advocated there are different internet programs that can take, and that other vendors in the area have training programs to address those issues.
And Gordon, everyone is currently trained.
Everybody is
Every
tip
staff
certified right now.
And any new employee, he makes sure gets
They go and do it
tips.
straight
They go
away.
right.
Can I ask whether you've now finished presenting?
I'll just make a statement.
Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what's at issue here are 3 alleged violations of overservice or service to an intoxicated person. And under the statute 138, section 69, the standard is there has to be evidence that the licensee served someone whom they knew or reasonably should have known was intoxicated at the time of service. All 3 of these incidents, there is no evidence whatsoever besides statements, in the case of the 2 females, that they were coming from Waxy's. And then this individual, the first guy, there's no evidence as to what Waxy served him and how he was behaving. And Waxy's, in fact, tried to shut him off, say, we're not serving you and you need to leave, because he was so belligerent. But he found his way. I mean, he couldn't have been that intoxicated that he found his way, twice back around the backside and through the patio and, was yelling obscenities, which Mr. Kavanaugh understood. He could hear them clearly, what the obscenities were. And he called the police for help. And so as far as these 3 violations are here, you really don't have the evidence to find a violation of overservice. With that said, I want to make it clear that Gordon and his staff are trying very hard to run a responsible establishment, and they've taken quite a few actions to do that. And, they want to work with this town, and be a good neighbor, employ people, and run the right place. But as far as these 3 violations, I mean, you cannot find a violation.
I guess if I could, I'd like to make a closing also. And then after I make my closing, you should consider closing the hearing and then discussing amongst yourselves whether or not to make any findings. First need to make factual findings of whether or not in each of the 3 incidents you find that someone was overserved and whether or not you find the rules were violated. And then if you make positive findings and vote those positive findings, then I would ask you to consider some remedy or some penalty. And in that connection, I would ask you to ask the chief and perhaps the town manager from his experience for their recommendations, if any, and then to give further opportunity to the licensee to address the issue of penalty to you all. So going then to the closing statement here, we have 3 incidents. You've heard from our police officers as to what happened in each case, and you have the records that they prepared on the days the very days that these incidents occurred. In the first of those incidents, you have the establishment's representative admitting, according to the police department, according to the testimony you heard, an admission that he was overserved. Not just overserved, but obviously overserved. So it seems pretty clear that this individual was overserved at Waxy's, and therefore that the rules of this board as a licensing authority regarding intoxication, I believe it's rule number 11, and state law was violated. With regard to the defense that they were doing the right thing by calling the police, that's not a defense. They needed to call the police for the public safety and the safety of the individual. But that's after the fact. They shouldn't have overserved to begin with. They put themselves into this situation and had to draw upon the resources of the town of Foxborough to rescue them from that situation. On the second incident, you have a person who's pled guilty to intoxication, or chose the first offense route at district court. She is identified under oath at the district court, Rentham District Court, Waxy O'Connor as the place for her last drink. She has told that to the police officer. There is testimony here that her alcohol level from breathalyzer tests was 3 times normal, 3 times the legal limit. We've had testimony that there is no way she could have been that intoxicated without it going on for hours. And there is no question then that she was intoxicated at Waxy's. And in that connection, we had the admission we just heard of people stumbling out of Waxy's and having to get taxi cabs. Well, bars should not have people stumbling out of them intoxicated. And I would submit to you that no community, and certainly not this community, should allow a bar to operate where the net effect is that people are stumbling out of the bar intoxicated. Because some of those are going to drive, and even those that don't drive are going to walk into the street and get hit, or they're going to stumble, or they're going to fall, or something's going to happen to them. The point of bars in Foxborough or any other community is not to produce a large number of intoxicated people who are stumbling out of bars. The third instance, Stacy Thompson, we've heard that she wanted to plead guilty at Rentham District Court and is prepared to plead guilty, but that the judge asked her to hold off. We had testimony that she was highly intoxicated. This is the one who was throwing up fairly continuously in the officer's vehicle and at the station. We have a 20-year veteran saying she was obviously intoxicated and that it had to have taken hours to get to that point. And again, that has her identifying Waxy O'Connor as the place that she came from. It seems obvious that she is yet another one of these people stumbling out the front door. Only this one was allowed to get behind a vehicle. This is a danger to the public safety in several respects. First, it's a danger to her that Waxy's is creating a danger to their own patrons because she got behind the wheel of a vehicle and could very well have hit a tree or a house or whatever. But beyond that, she creates a danger to every resident of the town of Foxborough because a person this intoxicated behind the wheel of a car is an unguided missile that could hit anyone, even those who are driving correctly on the right side of the road, minding their own business. Out of the blue, you could have this highly intoxicated woman hit them. And there could be not just property damage, but there could be personal injuries or death here. So I would submit to you that these are serious and egregious violations of the laws of the Commonwealth and the rules of this board, and that it's a situation that cannot be allowed to continue. The steps that were outlined here have not worked to prevent intoxication, and therefore something needs to be done to send a message and to teach a lesson. So for that reason, we'd ask you to find them responsible for each of these three incidents. And that's the closing.
I would move to have that entire closing stricken. It was not based on any evidence at all that was presented here tonight.
Overruled from my viewpoint.
So the next step would be to close the hearing and then to consider what you want to do.
I would move to close the hearing.
Do
Second.
we hear from anyone else? I mean, did you want to say anything? Because you were sworn in, correct? Did you want to say anything? You're all set?
That's a second on.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0, Colleen.
Linda, can I ask a question? Do we have a copy of the bylaws here? So I read number 11.
Right.
Yes.
Says the
Number
chief
11 is no licensee shall allow the sale of alcoholic beverages to an intoxicated person.
Thanks, Jim. Do you want motions for findings of fact?
Findings of fact, yes.
Are we ready for that, or do we do discussion? Okay, so I would make a motion that we find Waxy O'Connor's, can I see that again, Jim? Allowed the sale of alcoholic beverages to an intoxicated person, namely Brian Cottle. Does that suffice? Or do we need more? Based on the evidence we've seen before us.
Fine.
Second.
Do you need it again, Pauline, or?
I just need the name of the person.
Yeah, Brian Cottle, C-A-U-D-L-E. And the date was December 23rd, 2010.
allowed the sale of alcohol to intoxicated persons, namely
Brian Cottle,
Brian Cottle, 12/23/10.
on 12/23/2010.
And that was seconded by...
Me.
And is there any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, then I make a motion that we find as a matter of fact that on December 24th, 2010, that Waxy O'Connor's allowed the sale of alcoholic beverage to an intoxicated person, namely Nicole Villiard.
I'll second it.
I'm sorry.
that.
Villiard.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So I move that we find as a matter of fact that Waxy O'Connor's allowed the sale of alcoholic beverages to an intoxicated person, specifically Nicole Villiard, on December 24th, 2010.
Based on?
Based on the evidence presented before us.
All right, I'll second that.
Just a little discussion. Was there evidence, I mean, on the third, is this the third person?
No, this is the second person.
Because we don't have anything showing that she actually...
Is she the one who pled guilty? Or rather took the deal, first-time offenders?
Is she the third one? The third one?
No,
Or the
third
Second.
one.
This is the second one.
I know.
Court date, I think, of March 24th.
Right.
Second
Someone who
one-
pled guilty.
Second one pled
Told
guilty,
the judge
that's
that, the testimony is she told the judge that she had her last drink at Waxy O'Connor.
In the officer.
And she also said it to the officer.
Okay. All right.
So the motion was made, I seconded it.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye. So then I make a motion, are you ready for the third one?
Yeah.
That we find as a matter of fact that Waxy O'Connor's allowed the sale of alcoholic beverages to an intoxicated person, namely Stacy Thomas, on February 6, 2011, and that motion based on the evidence presented before us.
I'll second that as well.
Any discussion on that one?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just wondered what people were thinking about the lapse in time from the time the individual left when we checked out of the establishment.
That's what I...
And that 1:40 time frame.
For me, the time you sign a check doesn't mean that that's the time you left, and that coupled with, I don't think that, I think there could have been some lapse in time before the car was discovered, so I believe that she had her drinks there and had the, way she passed out.
If she had so much trouble getting out of the car, it might have taken her quite a while to get into the car as well. And so it's easy to justify the time frame.
Or it just hit her then.
And the distance from where Waxy's is to where the car stopped in the middle of the intersection is not very far.
The other comment I was going to have is I was not troubled isn't the word, but she said she had just come from Waxy. She didn't say she drank there, but so there's no direct evidence where she said, I drank at Waxy's, but I think that the import of I came from Waxy's is enough, and thank you, and the receipt coupled together is enough for me. Yeah, that's a good point on the receipt. So that's why I made the motion.
You seconded that, Jim?
Yeah.
I did.
And any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye. I'd like to now ask the town manager and the police chief for their recommendation.
Well, again, this...
Can you go to the mic, Chief?
Thank
Thanks.
you. Based on the past record of boards of selectmen, this would be a first offense, and under the guidelines, although they appear individually, it is one case per se that's been presented with three different parts. And I would perceive this as a first offense for this, and under your own guidelines, there's a range that certainly the board can follow or modify at their discretion.
Chief, you recall that we had a hearing here a number of months ago, not with these folks, someone subsequent to these folks.
That's correct.
We made it very clear to the public and every establishment that we were going to be very tough with the next incident that came. And we were very public about that. We've made that discussion. It's been in the newspapers. It's been at this meeting. It's been circulated to the community as well, including those that are in business. So whether it's their first offense or not, we've made it very clear. These folks came here once before. We worked with them the first time. Then someone else came to us, and we worked with them. And this board said we were no longer going to be lenient with any of the alcohol establishments. So with all due respect, I would ask you to just think about the comments we've made in the past as well, as when you think through what you would recommend to us.
Linda, may I comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Gee, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm trying to contemplate. Certainly, the board did make a change from their practice, and along with seeing it in the media, I also contacted all our liquor licensees to advise them that anybody coming before the board for liquor violation could face substantial consequence.
And that's, I just wanted for the record that you had done that.
Yes, I did,
because
sir.
nobody can claim that they weren't aware.
Correct. All the facilities, based on the last incident we had last summer, a message went out to them from my office indicating how seriously this board is taking these matters.
Thank you, Chief.
Larry, I just, and I know we haven't heard from the town manager yet, I think it's important, though, that each violation stands alone. In other words, I don't think we should punish one, licensee for the sins of another. And I'm not suggesting you're saying that, but I think just as a practical matter, I think we should be wary of articulating that, because that's actually truly unfair. Although I do agree with you, people, the rules are articulated. They know the penalty could be up to how many days? 3 days. We could do 30 days, I think, under these rules.
And what we were telegraphing clearly to the establishments in town through the police chief is that although that piece of paper says first offense, second offense, and third offense, that this board might go past first offense if somebody came. We wanted them to know very seriously we were taking it this way, and that's why the chief went out and reached every single one of them. Mm-hmm. So when I heard the chief say this is their first offense, I just wanted the public to understand two things. They were here before us, and this board sent a very strong message to every establishment through the police chief that the next person to come forward, there'd be no leniency.
Yeah. And I guess the only other point I was making is, and I certainly don't know the rules of the ABCC and, when they can throw things out, but I just think we should be careful with our statements in terms of whatever punishment we mete out, if we do mete out punishment, I think it should be standalone on these, transgressions, not what might have happened a year ago, because I just think we're setting ourselves up for failure if we do that. I could be wrong in that. I just think it'd be prudent not to point to those earlier violations.
Can I ask, I wasn't on the board when the first issue, and I guess it was not a violation, but can someone enlighten me to what happened the first time that Waxy's was in front of us?
They came because of a report that was out in the media.
Okay, I do know that.
That the media had done on their own of,
court cases.
What is it called, Chief? Yeah.
It was court cases where the individual said where they were last served.
Right, but as you said, you can't prove.
Well, again, those are based on court cases where people had pled out guilty to OUI and then had named the establishment. And I do not recall whether they were any specific to any Foxborough cases at that point. And I don't think Officer McDonald that handles our court work recalls. And I just know that this business was in. We had a discussion. As a result of the discussion, they took steps to try and modify what had been occurring.
Right.
Thank you.
Did we hear from the town manager?
Yes.
The board has reached a conclusion that there were 3 instances here of serving beyond point of inebriation. You might, in considering the evidence, have taken the somewhat leap of faith and determined something else happened with these 3 people. That would have been hard for a prudent person, a reasonable person, to reach as a conclusion. So you reach the obvious conclusion, the common sense conclusion, if you will. The conclusion that I think the vast majority of people presented with these facts would have reached. I think that's important because if it's the board's belief that there are 3 instances of serving to intoxicated people, then certainly it is the case that there are more people that have undergone the same situation, and we haven't caught them. 3 people in this period of time represents, in my opinion, a clear threat to public safety. I think town council characterized it very well, and I think the chief characterized it very well. I think you have a dangerous situation here. Now, having said that, there's kind of 2 ways you can proceed because this is a first offense. Now, admittedly, first offense with 3 separate incidents. So you can treat those as 3 separate incidents, or you can treat them cumulatively as a first offense. That's your choice. This kind of a situation, I think, would easily warrant a very substantial suspension. I think you'd be well within your rights to do that. Recalling, though, that the objective here is to prevent this from happening again, to cure the problem, because having an establishment that operates responsibly is both in the public's interest as well as the private establishment. So it's corrective action we want, not punitive judgment. And recalling also that whatever you decide is appealable to the ABCC. And I hearken very carefully to the fact that we do not have, at the present time, before the board tonight, personal testimony from the persons who were served. Now, we do have one individual who pled in court, and that person, I believe, is available on another date, wasn't available tonight. So I think you will have that first-person testimony on appeal. And I think you folks need to be attentive to the fact that while that first-person testimony was not here tonight, it will be. My suggestion to the board is, rather than necessarily take an extremely heavy-handed action, which, again, you'd be certainly justified taking, that you consider taking a lesser action with agreement that Waxy O'Connor's owner will not appeal. Now, I've seen that done on a number of occasions for a very simple reason. Kind of a negotiated suspension, if you will. And the reason is simple. It puts on the record that a violation occurred. It makes it has the advantage of acknowledging that the violation occurred and that it's not going to be appealed. And that stands with X number of days suspension, which is a monetary hardship on the owner. It establishes clearly and puts on the record that a violation occurred, and that's strike one. And the board shows the public, I think, that it means business. And if there are future violations that come before this board, that you will not be lenient on a second strike. So, I would suggest the board might want to consider that. Now, when you do that kind of an action, sometimes the public isn't happy because they'd rather see a much stiffer suspension imposed. The problem is, if it goes to ABCC and you lose, there's no suspension, and there's no violation on the record. And I think under the circumstances of the testimony, you may be better served to take a lighter sentence and get agreement. If you can't get agreement, if Waxy O'Connor's owner isn't interested in that, then I think you should put in place whatever suspension you feel is appropriate, and I think under the circumstances, it should be a harsh one. It needs to be a strong message sent. So that's my recommendation.
Dave, you were up.
David Brown, 17 American Way. And I listened to this, and I've got something I'll pass out in a moment. This really is not the first strike. It's the second strike. The first strike occurred at the end of 2009 and early 2010 when Waxy's was before the ABC. And they issued a decision, and I'll just spread that around.
Madam Chairman?
Yeah.
For the record, because this could flaw the hearing.
Yeah.
The public hearing is closed.
The public hearing has already been ruled closed by the board. You can't take further testimony.
Okay.
And I do apologize.
I didn't know that's
That's a
what-
procedural mistake that could seriously jeopardize whatever conclusion you reach.
All right.
Okay.
Let's just change gears a little bit to get off that topic. Add
Yeah.
something.
I just got to say something. This is ridiculous. I've been here an hour and a half. I have an interest in this stuff, and the press has it now, so you can face it in the newspaper.
Thanks. I've probably been here the least amount of time, but I agree with what you're saying, that the benefit of going through this process is this change, and things change. The one time that an establishment was in front of this board when I was here, we used that approach. And we said, you know, this we have first violation, we can do this, second, third, we went through this whole process. And in the end, we came to an agreement that on the other side of the table, we had an establishment that said, yes, we made a mistake, we're going to buy this, we're going to train this, we're going to change the way that we do things. And it was nice to hear, because going forward, you think we made a difference and there'd be an impact. What I'm hearing on the other side of this table, after all this went through, was the owner and council saying, we cannot find the violation. So they move forward tomorrow with that same attitude. This is all for naught, because I haven't heard we made a mistake, we could have done something differently, we're going to change things. You know, I reviewed the policy that they had, and I think we can do a lot better than, you know, negotiating something if they're willing not to appeal.
Just one clarification, Jim, so it's clear what I'm recommending.
Yep.
First, I'm not recommending that there be, I am recommending that there be a suspension. Either way.
Mm-hmm.
It's either a harsh suspension, if the board believes it has a strong case that'll stand appeal, or a lighter suspension, mutually agreed to if the owner indicates that they will not appeal.
Okay.
And asking them to agree to a lighter suspension does not require them to necessarily agree to a violation. It only requires them to agree that they will not appeal. That way you have the absolute assurance that the suspension, whatever it is, will stand on the record, and it will count as, if you will, strike one.
But a point of clarification, and I would ask Paul and Linda this. I thought before the three of us got on the board that there was a violation with an establishment, and that particular establishment agreed they wouldn't appeal. And then subsequent to the decision by the board, they changed their mind and appealed it anyway.
Yeah, but actually, I recall this. Do you want to say, or shall
Well, there was two separate things. There was a establishment that came in front of us, and we went with just the letter of reprimand.
Okay.
And we didn't make any kind of deal with them saying, you know, you won't appeal it or anything. We didn't do that. You know, we just said, look, we're going to go with the letter of reprimand, but it was, you know, your first violation. That establishment appealed our letter of reprimand. So the next establishment that came in, we said, you know, it's your first time coming in. You know, they, again, admitted to faults, you know, for doing something against our license. So what we did was, as Kevin suggested, we did a letter of reprimand, and we asked them that they would not appeal it. and that's how that one went. So it was two separate things.
So I remember it a little bit differently, which is, I thought the appeal was actually meaningless because a letter of reprimand actually means nothing, I think. So in other words, that's not even a, one strike. It's altogether meaningless. So, just as a matter of history. But I really think, though, again, obviously I could be wrong, I think we ought to concentrate on not so much what we warned people in, kind of beating our chests. It's really what's germane is, what is in front of us, and I'd rather just focus on that if you guys think that's appropriate. And then, if that's okay, just continue as, I really would like to levy a pretty good penalty. However, I do think there's definitely some wisdom in what Kevin suggests. So, I mean, do we care to ask them if they want to step out for 5 minutes and come back to us with their view on this matter, because they may need to talk privately?
I would like to hear more from Gordon at some point of, his feelings on it. But
could we also ask if you could, after you have your discussion, come back with some additional corrective action? I know Paul and Ed O'Leary and Dave Brown and I have been working on looking at the liquor license regulations, and Ed has come up with some best practices from the city of New York that, much tighter security standards, that it sounds like perhaps if you're finding alcohol bottles in the bathroom, perhaps the practice has to change. And so if there's some commitment to looking at that, people have their bags searched. People, I go to the stadium, I'm getting frisked. I don't know if you have to revert to that, but, maybe it's time to come and talk to us about that type of approach.
I would certainly recommend,
you got to stay focused on.
Just, Madam Chair, suggestion of the board, if it's the will of the board to give the owner an opportunity to caucus with counsel and consider whether or not they'd want to enter into an agreement for a specific suspension with a clear stipulation drawn by the councils that they would be waiving their appeal rights. If that's the case, I think the important question is the owner interested in doing that, or does he feel that there's been no wrongdoing such that he's not interested in doing that?
Do you want to just take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, if they feel that they've done nothing wrong, then perhaps they want to take their chances with ABCC in appealing whatever you decide. But I think they've heard the board say clearly that if the board is interested in some sort of an agreement, that that's possible. But if that doesn't work out, you are probably going to put a very substantial penalty in place, and then we're probably off to the ABCC, and we'll see who's got the stronger case. But again, I just want to make it clear for the record that we do have a witness who is willing to testify who is not available tonight, and that needs to be kept in mind. First-hand testimony.
So maybe we could take a 3-minute recess?
Do you need a motion for that?
Well, first let's find out, do you want to recess?
We want to recess, but I don't really understand what you mean by substantial penalty and something smaller. I mean, that isn't really enough information to decide to waive a right to appeal.
I think
I need to know what the numbers are.
The council and I have had some discussions already on this subject, and I'd be happy to have more additional discussions with you. I don't think the board can make those determinations now. They want to give you an opportunity basically to make an offer and see what you're willing to do.
It's been my experience, Madam Chairman, that the owner makes an offer to the board, and if the board finds it acceptable, so be it. If the board finds it not, so be it. But it's I've never seen a situation where the board said, well, it's this or that.
No, we're here to work together.
Okay, we'll just take a break.
I need a motion for...
Motion for 5-minute recess, then?
Second.
If you have other business to do, you could go on with your other business.
Do open action items?
I think we could all use a little break.
Okay.
So, motion,
all in
5-minute
favor?
recess.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm oppose it.
I don't know.
I'd rather keep going. It's 10 o'clock now, but
Well,
I
This
guess
is-
we lose 3-2.
That's one thing
So,
I didn't have a chance to tell you.
3-2 to,
You didn't want to recess?
no, it's 10 o'clock. I want to get through the rest of the night.
Yeah, sure.
well, we only have action items.
Now we get executive session.
We can whip through those action items with you as chairman.
The action items won't take long at all. It's the...
I'm going to argue on every one.
Okay, welcome back. So, we had a little recess and chatted a bit. Do you have anything to...
We did, we conferred, and we are not inclined to enter into an agreement that there were violations and that there's no right of appeal, because we really feel that in these 3 cases, Waxy's did not overserve these individuals.
Okay.
All right.
So if I can, that was my first thought, was I'm not hearing from the other side that there's any admission to anything, if there was any violation. So if that's the case, that's fine. The second one is, I read the state, there was a section 64, and also the town, our bylaw on it. I'm not convinced that this is one, and I'm going to respectfully hear what you're saying, but I came in here tonight thinking that there were 3 separate incidents, not one incident. There were three separate incidents that the police were called, wrote up reports, and came to us. It happened to be one night that they're all lumped together, but this is, in my mind, 3 separate incidents.
There are 3 different nights, I think, right?
I'm sorry, three different nights. They came here on one night with 3 separate incidents, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. But just, I'm sorry to interrupt your train of thought, but it's the 23rd,
Well, it's
24th,
the 23rd
24th.
that goes into the 24th. It's their shift. It's like one shift, but 2 incidences.
3 separate individuals.
During that, yeah.
Yeah. So, in context to the Board of Selectmen rules and regs, and the first violation has certain steps we could take, and we could take less or more. Second violation, third violation, and fourth violation, ending at revocation of the license. So, and I'm looking at that this is the 3rd violation tonight, in context to what we're looking at on the regulations.
So what are you thinking about, Jim, in terms of a penalty?
If I'm hearing on the other side that they've done nothing wrong and they're not changing anything, I don't think it can get much worse than this. And I'm thinking the only thing that can change is somebody could have got killed or somebody could get hurt. And I know when you're saying the car's parked on North Street, because that's the road I live on, and I know on Mechanic Street I go by there every day, so I know it very well. So if nothing's going to change, I would look at revocation and start there. If we're starting on the other side that they did nothing wrong, I'd like to say on this side that we can't live with something that is not going to change. So if it's not going to change, then we start with revoking the license. And I know that, you're saying there's no issues in the past with this establishment at the state. Maybe there is and maybe not. But if that's the step that, they're coming back with to us, then I feel comfortable saying let's start there.
Well, I agree with almost everything you said. I wasn't quite at revocation of their license, though. I was at more of a substantial suspension of their license. And, but certainly I'd entertain that. I mean, the lack of remorse, I think, is what you're referring to, correct, Jim?
You say a little more eloquently than I, but yes, that's what...
I haven't sat through 4 years on the board and seen folks come before us generally, not sure that they were the absolute one that made the wrong pour or served the individual that shouldn't have been served. Very apologetic, very, took it hard themselves that they had to come up here and be in front of us. And going with history, that we did the letter of reprimand and asked for, it would be automatic 3 days if they came back to us within the year as a second violation. It would be that we would give them the total 15 days, and that would be the end of it. And that's where I was going for this evening when I came in, only because I knew that Gordon had worked with the chief before on getting things done, but to not take any responsibility or tell me that things are going to change. I agree with Jim. I don't agree with revoking the license at this time.
But are you suggesting a 15-day suspension?
I'm not saying 15 days,
Okay.
no.
I thought I heard you say 15.
No, well, that's what we worked out before. But the other side of the table is not saying that they did anything wrong at all. I am a little concerned about going to, this being appealed. But I think that we have stated the facts that we heard in testimony, and I guess we'll have to take our chances when they appeal. But
Well, I'm not as worried about the appeal. The appeal will be whatever it is. They came before us because people had been in court and said that they were guilty of driving under the influence or operating under the influence, and the last place that they had their drink, they were served at Waxy's. We now have 3 different instances, and as the town manager said, where there's 3, where there's 5, where there's 6, there's a whole lot more. And it bothers me to no end the lack of any remorse, the lack of any acceptability. Maybe that's your advice from your attorney. That's the advice you're going to take. But I believe, based on the evidence that we have today, you are grossly negligent. And therefore, this board has no choice but to penalize you to a very heavy level.
Lorraine?
I'm not in support of revoking the license, but I do agree that the lack of willingness to discuss any additional steps on your part to prevent these types of incidents from happening again, where you have direct knowledge that there's a problem with, for example, bottles of alcohol showing up in restrooms, it means that, there are still security issues, that there's room to improve. So not even acknowledging room for improvement concerns me. I believe that we have to take an action of suspension. Personally, I think, I'm viewing these as 3 incidents. I would consider 2 or 3 day suspension with, I don't know if there's some other aspect to it that we can include, that if in a certain period of time another incident occurs, we immediately go to a 15-day suspension and continue down that road. So that's my thought on it right now.
Just a question on that, though, Lorraine. Paul, when they appeal whatever decision they're going to appeal, assuming they're going to appeal, to the state. Will the state have access to tonight's hearing?
Yes.
And so they will hear testimony that we heard this evening, that, for instance, people come out of the bar and the expert that's been hired not to allow people into the bar that are intoxicated, but in fact, when they leave the bar and they determine they're not qualified to drive a car, I really appreciate your honesty. I mean, you're in a tough situation. Your boss is sitting on one side, the lawyer on the other, and you told the truth and nothing but the truth. And your mother and father should be very proud of you for that. But that testimony will be heard at the state level that your own employee has indicated. And then when you talked about the fact that you're finding alcohol in the restaurant, you know people are bringing alcohol in. And so maybe they're not being overserved, maybe they're overserving themselves, but you're aware of that, and you haven't taken action. And so I hope that the commission in Boston takes serious what was said here this evening and sees why this board was so insulted by the lack of any accountability on the part of this client.
Linda, can I
Yes,
say a few
Bob.
things? I'm definitely for a severe penalty. I see things a little bit differently, and maybe it's just the mood I'm in tonight, but I'm not so interested in if they're remorseful or coming in and telling us they're sorry, because it just doesn't cut it one way or the other. It's cut and dry. Did it happen or not? And then we impose a penalty or not. So I just don't care how remorseful. In terms of the appeal, I'm not too concerned about that. Sort of what you said, Larry, let the chips fall where they may, is what it is. We can only do what we can do. And again, I'm be a little preachy here, and I apologize for this, but I really think that on the 23rd, when someone gets pulled away from the police for rowdiness, I'm just shocked that there's not a full investigation, and let's stop the presses. And honestly, I hate to say it, someone should be fired. If I suppose shouldn't be if there's an investigation. Nope, we didn't, we're pretty confident we didn't overserve, but you don't know that unless there's an investigation. And, I mean, that's just a bare minimum that you would think that, let's find out, hey, waitresses and waiters, who served this person, if anyone. That just didn't happen. So I would actually, I'm not for revocation because I think that's the death penalty for the business, and I think that it's not as if you can't remedy these things. I think that would be, a little bit too much for my taste. But I would actually, and I will make a motion, but want to hear from you guys first, ladies and gentlemen first, but I think under these regulations, we could do 10 days revocation for each offense. And if one gets thrown out, well, then we have two with 10 days each. I think that would be our best measure to prevent a tragedy in this town. And we've had a lot of tragedies in this town. That's what I would like to move, but I'd welcome to hear from my colleagues.
Paul, you're looking at 10 days for each of the three.
Yes.
To be served sequentially?
I don't know. Sure, but I think there's input from the ABCC on that point. I don't know how that works, to be quite honest with you.
The board has complete discretion in terms of if you want those. You've made three separate findings on three separate incidents, so you can impose one penalty cumulatively. You can impose three separate penalties. You can have those days served consecutively. You can break them up. That's entirely your choice. Just one comment. I'm really very disappointed to hear that Waxy's, in rejecting the offer for a compromise, if you will, refuses to accept any responsibility in any of these incidents. Frankly, that's just almost too fantastic for any common sense person to believe that there isn't responsibility. And so, because of the inability to reach a compromise, which is frankly a suggestion that the board might have considered, this will now be relegated into the hands likely of lawyers in Boston at the ABCC, and will become a much different kind of a setting. And that's unfortunate, because in the case where a liquor owner admits something was wrong, even maybe only one out of these three instances, then the public, the board, the licensing authority, and the public has the hope that something positive will happen. Different. But in the instance where the license holder says, I did nothing wrong, and common sense dictates completely the opposite, then we have absolutely no hope that anything is going to change. And frankly, if that's the response, I sincerely hope this board will act in the harshest possible manner. Whatever you think that is, I hope you will do it.
So let me ask a question on that. So the harshest possible, using your words, would be revocation of the license. So Paul, talk to us a little bit about revocation of the license and how that would work and when it would work and how it would take effect, et cetera.
I would not recommend revocation of license on this for a variety of reasons, some of which having to do with the process and procedure of the ABCC, and some of which is that although there are 3 incidents, one of those incidents is a first offense, and the second of which would be a second offense, and the third of which would be a third offense. So they're not all third offenses. And so the notion that all 3 should have the same penalty doesn't give recognition to the fact that there was one here that's a first offense. The revocation process is the most draconian for the establishment. There are people who are employed there. It's a business. The ABCC would give a revocation hearing a much higher level of scrutiny because that is equivalent to a capital crime or capital offense like a death penalty case as opposed to a misdemeanor case. Given what I've seen of the practice at the ABCC, I don't think this is quite yet at the revocation stage.
I didn't mean to suggest by harshest revocation.
Well, no, you just used the word harshest, and I was looking at the piece of paper. That seemed to be the harshest that I could see on that piece of paper.
Serious level of suspension.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Were you done, Larry? Is, instead of 10, 10, and 10, would it be more prudent in terms of review by the ABCC to do it in a more staged way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's probably what I would do then.
So 5, 10, and 15 as an example would be a staged way of doing it?
Yeah.
Again, I think, we're talking about people's livelihood here. And again, I actually want to ask, would you as a group reconsider having a discussion about coming back and talking about any thoughts on improvement?
We have thoughts on improvement or ways to work with the board, and, we can revisit plans. We cannot come back and sit at this table and say, yes, 3 violations. We just cannot.
Well, we didn't suggest that you had to do 3. I think Kevin's suggestion was 1.
Well, it's very worrisome.
It's very worrisome for us, too. You got to know that,
Well, I don't know if there's anything else out there. The chief was asked if there's been anything, and he wasn't able to answer. And I'm afraid if we agreed to 1, for example, the caveat would be no appeal, then you already have your first offense, and then who knows, we could be back here, and it's just... And we're not saying that...
Well, I would think that, I would hope that Gordon would know if there was something else against his establishment, I would, no?
Well, these came... he didn't know about these girls, these 2 girls? How would he know about these 2 girls?
Linda, we could likewise, if I may, talk to the chief about whether or not there are any circumstances through the current date that we should know about, and or that would rise to the level where we'd want to have an additional penalty. In other words, presumably we have the power to say, if they agree to one violation with a 3-day, suspension, that you're clear up through now. Just a suggestion. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but we could wave the wand on that.
Well, to try to break the...
No, Paul's telling me no, so never mind.
You have to make a determination
on just this.
Okay, all right.
So I would make a motion that for the first offense, they be given a 5-day suspension, for the second offense, a 10-day suspension, and for the third offense, a 15-day suspension.
I'll second
it. Discussion?
So that adds up to 30. So on the 31st day, they open and nothing changes. That's the way I look at it. I don't see them seeing that there's anything wrong, that they've done anything. So we're just prolonging something for 30 more days. Before we went in, we took a break. Linda had said, well, we all want to work together. I don't hear it. I don't.
I think I am hearing something that sounds like certainly a potential to look at ways of improvement, but you're really hung up on they are hung up on not wanting to admit to anything, any finding at this point in time. So when I look at, again, how we pronounce, we were going to be really taking harsher steps with people who violated our regulations. I think for a first violation, I think in these economic times, a 1-day suspension on your busiest night is a tremendous hardship for the owners and their employees. And so I would not agree to this level of penalty at all. I wouldn't consider it reasonable.
What would you consider, Lorraine?
I really think, personally, I think 3 days on the 3 busiest days of a weekend, consecutive weekends, is a very harsh penalty. And that, in combination with a promise to work with Chief O'Leary to come up with additional steps to prevent the influx of, carried liquor and perhaps details on a regular basis. Start 9 o'clock. Start screening them.
I mean,
something.
If we want to search people coming in, if we're allowed to do that, we'll do that. If that's what it takes,
I think that's what I'm thinking of is
handbags.
Right. I mean, you go to other events or other types of venues, clubs, whatever, bigger clubs, and that's what you're subjected to, metal detectors, whatever, But I just am not at all comfortable with this level of penalty.
Well,
I'm just interested in what you're thinking.
That's way too much for me. We need, you guys, I don't know how to get it to you that, this is not what we expect from our neighbors and our friends. You know that, Gordon, because, you've got a great establishment down there, and, we were so happy to have that conversation a year ago, and I am disappointed that, I guess it's all the law that I'm not privy to, that the lawyers are, and unfortunately we have to get the lawyers involved. I'd rather have it just you and I sitting down right now saying, what are you going to do tomorrow, starting tomorrow, what are you going to do? That's what I want to do. I don't want to get the lawyers involved, but we have to go this way. And everybody that works for you, they love working there. It's a great job, and they're making money, and people are doing everything that they can to make money. And I just wish we could have resolved this right here and now. So I'm not gonna vote for 30-day suspension. I'm certainly not gonna vote for a revocation of your license. I mean, even saying 3 days is killing me. It's killing me, Gordon, to have to say 3 days. And I know it's awful, but, those girls could have killed somebody. I live right there. And people travel down that road. And for that person, she couldn't have been sitting there for a half an hour on the busy Mechanic Street. There's no way she was. And I get a feeling that the other girl wasn't sitting there for very long on North Street. Unfortunately, they're saying your name. Maybe these girls weren't there, but, she thought she was in Norwood, too. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I don't know. I mean, I know when I'm at Waxy's. I know when I'm at CBS. I'm not ready for that, guy. So please, let's work with this somehow. Kevin.
Just drawing on some experience over the years in these kinds of hearings, which includes 3 revocation hearings, many more revocation hearings, but 3 revocation hearings that went to ABCC on appeal, and all 3, the town was sustained and the licenses were revoked. And I'll be happy after the meeting to give you the names of the restaurants so you can see that was real. I concur with counsel, you don't have a revocation case here. And if you revoke the license, you will go to ABCC, you will be overturned. You don't have it. What ABCC will say is, assuming all 3 incidents in fact happened, as are outlined, that does not yet constitute an egregious enough case to actually deprive the ownership of their livelihood. I just tell you, it won't happen. Because I've seen the standard that they require up there, and it's a higher bar. By the same token, a 3-day suspension is something that you typically do in order to send a message on a first offense. Don't do this again. Typically done not on a weekend night, typically done on weeknights. But you've got 3 separate incidents here. So you've got something that looks like a 2 or 3 for the first offense on weeknights, a 2 or 3 for the second offense on weekends, and a third offense that's something more than 2 or 3 days, probably on a weekend also. Bear in mind, we have a community, and I think 30-odd license holders watching what happens tonight. And as I said earlier, had there been an admission that something happened and a willingness to partner with the town to accept something on the record, clearly, and a suspension and an agreement, then I think you would have had the grounds for a much lighter kind of a suspension. But you don't have that. You have an owner who has said straight-faced to you, he wants you to believe that nothing wrong happened. And you've got to consider that carefully, because the owner doesn't believe anything wrong occurred, which tells you nothing is going to change necessarily. That's an awfully disconcerting message, considering the facts you've heard tonight. And to ignore that, I think, would be irresponsible behavior on our collective parts.
And I would hate to have a 4th case be, you look at the woman that was in the intersection, could have been hit by another car. We could be dealing with something much, much more serious than what we've actually had.
And penalties, by the way, in the order of what I outlined, are penalties that can be sustained at ABCC on appeal. They can be sustained. And if you are sustained at ABCC on 1 or 2 or 3 of these, you've got strikes 1 or 2 or 3. And if there is another event that comes before you, this license is in serious jeopardy. So you've got the ground, as Paul said, if you slap a gigantic suspension on here and it's disproportionate to the events, ABCC will overturn you just to say no. They have the opportunity to remand it back for you to reconsider. Yes, that's true. But I would just caution you, what the task you're trying to get here is to send a message and to establish a record and hopefully change the behavior. That's what we all want.
So, Kevin, are you suggesting, for instance, on the first offense, 3 days during the week, the second offense be a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and the third offense would be maybe 5 days, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday? Is that what you're thinking?
Exactly. Lorraine's right. Weekend suspensions are tough on the owners. That's tough. That's a lot of revenue, and it's a big message, something's got to change.
It also hurts their brand to be able to, when people show up on a Friday night, to say we can't serve you alcohol because our license was suspended.
So Larry, you had made a motion. Are you inclined to withdraw that and make one more along the lines of?
Sure,
what you
I
said?
I would do that. I would withdraw, if you'll withdraw your second.
I withdraw my second.
And then
Yes,
I
do.
would move for the first offense to have a 3-day suspension to be served during the week. For the second offense, a 3-day suspension to be served on a weekend. And for the third offense, a 5-day suspension to be served over a weekend, plus or minus, the Thursday, Monday.
I'll second that.
Note for the board, if you do not indicate which weekend, which days, then you leave it at the discretion of the owner. The board is entirely within its rights to pick the dates.
Right, but we can't pick a date within the appeal period because
It has to be 10 days out.
so are we better to now pick the date?
I would urge you to do so, yeah, rather than have it out there floating. They have the right to file the appeal, as Paul indicated, and that stays. If ABCC stays at its state.
But before they pick the dates, though, you may take a vote to see if the motion carries, because if the motion doesn't carry, then
You wasted time.
all the work on picking dates
Good point.
doesn't happen. But if they pass the motion, then the next question would be what dates?
Okay.
Okay, so going back to our original message, where if someone was just showing up here with their first violation, and historically we would have provided a written warning and some time frame that if there was another violation on a stiff penalty.
Except the last time we said that was the last time we would do that, and we said the last time
Correct.
that the next one would not be a letter of reprimand.
Correct.
It would be a suspension.
Right. So, again, a one-day weekend suspension is a significant hit. So I'm not clear why we're jumping right to 3 days, for violation number 1, and on. I'm still not comfortable with it. We're getting there. But I'm still. I think it's too much.
I think it's too many days. What are you saying? Are you saying, Kevin, you explain this, that we need to do the first violation on the first case, the second violation on the second, and the third? Because when it goes to ABCC?
You can look at it either way. You can look at them chronologically. There's a suspension for event 1. You can look at them as what's your strongest case, and that's your third violation. Frankly, what you're trying to do is you're trying to establish a record that a violation occurred, have that record sustained, and hope, whether it's on appeal or if the owner doesn't appeal, and hope that because now there is a documented strike 1 or 2 or 3, whatever comes out of this, that the owner now gets a loud and clear message and changes the behavior. That's what you're going for here, and sending a message to the other
establishments
that there's an equal degree of intolerance for violations, and that if there's other problems elsewhere, they need to be careful. In other words, the board is setting the tone of what you want to be as a licensing authority and how you want your license holders to behave.
I guess, again, what I'm thinking is you have 1 day for violation number 1. You have 2 days for violation number 2. 1 weekend day, 1 weeknight day. You got 3 days for violation number 3, all on the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I think that's pretty harsh financially.
No, they were saying 3. Didn't you say 3 days?
1, 3, and 5.
Yeah.
What was it?
1, 3, and 5.
1,
Or, no, it was
3, and 5?
Well, Lorraine,
No, it was Larry who made the motion.
I made the motion for 3 days,
Right.
3 days, and 5 days.
3, 3, and 5.
So, on something like the second violation, that was the girl that made it all the way down to Beach Street, and she's passed out in her car, and under our regulations, we've got up to 15 days, and we're looking at 2 days.
1 to 15.
Lorraine's looking at 2.
I'm saying you're proposing 2.
2 on a weekend.
So what would constitute 3 through 15? I'm thinking this is pretty bad, and for us to be way down, maybe if we're not looking at revocation, and I understand the downside of that, if we split the difference between what we could do or doing nothing, 7 days is halfway between 1 and 15.
For each, well, see,
and then
I was proposing 11 days in total. Lorraine's proposing 6 days in total.
And
significant.
I'm looking at the third violation. You
think 11's still not serious enough?
I'm saying per violation. On the third violation, you're allowed up to 30 days. So I'm saying split the violations. If they're saying they did nothing wrong and we're saying it's egregious, let's meet halfway. So the first violation, you have up to 3 days, maybe you give them 1 or 2 days. The second violation, you've got up to 15 days, you give them 7. On the third violation, you've got up to 30 days, you give them 15. Everyone goes away. Some win, some lose. You're right in the middle.
So we have 6, 11, and
25.
23. Or
25.
You want around to 25.
It's less than the 30 days, which is just for one violation alone on the third.
Are you done, Jim?
Yeah, sorry.
Can I ask a question of you, Kevin? You given your experience in this, do you think a 1, 2, and a 3 is really going to hurt them and be good punishment, or is that too light? And this is an unfair question. I'm sorry if you don't want to answer it.
I'm happy to answer it. Again, I think the primary objective here is to alter the behavior and ensure that this establishment is run in a manner that's consistent with the community standards for public safety. That's the goal.
Mm-hmm.
What you want to achieve is to make sure, if you can, that something is on the record when and if an appeal is brought.
Mm-hmm.
So that clearly strike 1 has now occurred, or 2, or 3. Because the message to the owner is, you now have a recorded violation, or 2, or 3. The way the ABCC works, and the way most licensing authorities work, it's literally 3 strikes, you're out, maybe 4, you're out, depending upon the severity. But if you have multiple violations and the ABCC sees multiple appearances by an establishment, they become less tolerant the more times they see the same bar in the same town there in front of them. And they are far more likely to sustain you as they see more and more charges placed before them. And that leads to one ultimate and unfortunate situation, which is you will finally revoke the license. So whether, frankly, you do 1 day for one offense or 2 days is a good deal less important than you get something on the record. That's the primary goal here. So honestly, 6 days versus 30 days, or I'm sorry, 6 days versus 11 days is a heck of a lot less important than something is on the record when this is all over with.
All right. Linda, may I? I actually kind of think I'm like the swing vote here, and I've kind of gone way back. I'm the one who was 10, 10, and 10. Based on what Kevin's talked about, I could support a 1, 2, and a 3. So, weekday for the first offense, second offense, weekday, weekend, and then third offense, probably, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I could support that. And I think that would achieve our goal, which is exact a penalty and send a message, and not too draconian.
Do we need to determine which is strike 1, which is strike 2, and which is strike 3? Does that matter? For instance,
presented chronologically.
Because Mr. Cottle.
So strike 1 has to be
Mr. Cottle,
the first one that you made a finding on.
Well, let's say that gets thrown out. Is your question then, does the penalty for the second one, does that be, can we make it that's, 1 day?
Well, no, what I was looking at is, so we have Mr. Cottle, and I think based on the testimony of the employees, there's no doubt in my mind that he was drinking in that establishment, and they called for help because the guy was a problem. So I think they're guilty in that one. The second one is Villiard, who pleaded guilty and told the judge, I was drinking at Waxy's. There's no doubt in my mind there. The third one, which is Thomas, and she's not here. She hasn't testified. We heard she was going to plea out at the court, and now there's going to be a second hearing. So to me, that's my third one. That was the way it was presented because there's less evidence on that one. There's no doubt in my mind on the first two, and there's no doubt in my mind when the police officer said when she went to court she was ready to plead guilty that he would have anyway made that story up. So I think that the way they were presented was the appropriate order, and the way I would look at it is in terms of strikes 1, 2, and 3.
Well, the third one also had the sales receipts.
That she was there, correct.
She in fact was there.
Right. So
I know that there's that existing motion, but I must say, and again, I know I've been kind of all over the place, but I would be supportive of what I just said, the 1, 2, and the 3. I think that will do the job and send the message that we want.
So are you withdrawing your second to my motion?
Yeah, I may as well, because I'm not, yes. I'm
Right, so unless there's a second to the motion, it fails.
Is that...
So it sounds like it fails.
All right, so then I'd make a motion for...
Before you make the motion, can we talk about it? Because
Sure, absolutely.
Well, Pauline's going to...
Yeah, good point. So again, do you want me to restate what I'm thinking?
yeah,
that
what
to
are you
be
thinking?
support for versus nothing or all the way to, death penalty, so to speak, is first offense, Connell, 1 day during the week. Second offense, Nicole, whatever, 2 days, 1 weekday, 1 weekend. Third offense, Stacy Thomas, be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that's harsh, and I think that will send the message. So I'm ready to make that motion if if you guys can support that.
That's 5 days.
6.
6 days.
Right.
There are 3 offenses.
Right.
Quarter of 11. I'm just, I'm thinking of the business owner. I shouldn't be, Gordon, because I'm really upset. But I'm thinking of the people that work there. That being said,
Think, Linda, I'd ask you to think about the people. It is true, people work there, people are making a living. But think about someone who might be killed on the way home. And we have an owner that has shown no remorse, has not admitted to anything when there is a preponderance of evidence that they violated the rules. So how do we get them to make sure that they're going to change their behavior? How do we send the message across the town so that we don't sit here some night and we're dealing with someone who was seriously injured in a car crash or worse? And I think that's more important than just I think we're all pro-business. We've all worked to invite these folks to town, help them be successful. We met with these folks already. We talked to them about the seriousness of the issue. We talked about the state report. They did take some action, and I think that we gave them the benefit of the doubt then. I can't give them the benefit of the doubt this time.
I understand exactly what you're saying, Linda.
it's killing me.
Because it's really difficult to penalize a business like that, and they obviously in the past have worked hard to improve. Again, tonight I'm surprised at how this discussion went. I still think that there is some willingness to improve, and that's what's making it even difficult for me to agree to this level of it. But I'm just thinking in terms of working as a board and trying to come to a compromise here.
Yeah, that's what I want to do before we make any more motions.
Jim?
Let me just ask you, what are you thinking differently from 1, 2, and 3?
Well, I'm thinking 1 weekday, 2 one weekday, and 3 a Friday and a Saturday at this point.
So it's pretty close to what I suggested.
Yeah.
So I was 1, 2, 3, you're 1, 2, 2.
No, she's 1, 1, 2.
I'm 1, 1, 2.
Oh, okay.
Linda's
I'm
only
sorry.
4
Okay,
days.
Yes,
pardon.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Jim, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm totally down the other end of the spectrum. And I agree with, we do want to work with businesses. We've said it over and over. We've had another establishment, not to keep going back, but they've sat at this table. Another establishment came in and we said, we're serious next time. And we're dealing, with 1 or 2 days here. And the big picture is, it's a life lesson. If you do something wrong, we work together, you make some concessions, but, all the concessions are coming from this side of the table.
We're negotiating with ourselves.
I know, we are,
And
aren't
it's
we?
it's getting to the point where,
we are.
I jumped off the revocation, but, I'm for 30 days. So, we can go back on 1 and 2 days, but, you're going to get a 4-to-1 vote on it.
All right. Larry, what do you think of the 1, 2, and 3 that I suggested?
I think it's too light. It's not serious enough, so I'll have to vote against it.
And what do you think of the 1 week night, 1 weekend, 2 weekends?
I honestly think it should be 1, 2, and 3, is my opinion. Because I do think that would be the most efficient way for us to ensure the townspeople that it won't happen again. I mean, I definitely sympathize with your, the way you're talking about it, because, there are other considerations, but I think this one's just too strong. I think having people passed out at the wheel, it's too much to bear. So I'm ready to make a motion on the 1, 2, and 3, and I think that's probably, I guess, the middle ground of all positions. So I'd make a motion that we impose a penalty for the first offense of 1 day during the week, weekday, second offense 2 days, 1 during the week, 1 weekend, and the third offense for suspension on a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday.
Second.
Any more discussion?
You started off at 10, 10, and 10.
No, I know.
It's because of the financial situation and the inconveniences for a business, and that's what I've been hearing.
No. That's not it, Jim. I think that one, probably shooting off my mouth. I mean, I'm angry about this, but once you get past the anger, I think we can accomplish what we want to do, this not to happen again, by exacting this penalty. I think if we do it for 30 days, it could go a long way to putting them out of business, and I don't think that they're deserving of the death penalty on, their business, so to speak. I really don't. It doesn't take away from the, egregiousness of the mistake, and I really am troubled by the not investigating and firing someone, because I think that's important. But I think this will do the trick.
Now, just so we're clear, we're not shutting them down. We're taking their liquor license, so they'll be able to...
The suspension for
suspension.
Yeah.
They can still serve
They can
food.
still run their business during the day, during whatever. They just can't serve alcohol.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't mean to...
No, I know you weren't.
Put it at the level saying it's all about money, but that's...
No, it's nothing to do with that. But, I think this does. I think this will do it. I don't think we have to go further. And you're right. Did start high.
Yeah, I just look at it as a couple days and they open up again, and with nothing changing. And I think it's just too short of a time.
Okay. No, I respect that, and I hope you're wrong.
I think it's very serious. I think having to close a business on your busiest night of the week is a tremendous penalty.
Not closing the business, though.
I'm not sorry. Closing down what is a big money maker in your business is a tremendous penalty.
Yeah.
And
Now let's call
again,
the question.
Yeah.
3 hours.
Okay. Any more? Okay, all in favor? Opposed?
Opposed, and I want the record to state that I'm opposed, not because I think it's too lenient, not because I think it's too serious, but I think it's too lenient.
Same here.
Then, do we want to set dates? Or
Chief has a question or a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, because was it a split vote?
3-2.
Oh, it was a 3-2, never mind.
3-2. So it passed on a 3-2 vote.
You've already made a vote, no problem.
So I guess we can either exactly set the dates, or we could say, nearest in time after the 10-day period. So in other words, 11 days from now, serve the first day.
You can set a deadline by which it's served. You can specify the dates. It's up to the board.
I make a motion that deadline for serving, I like doing it that way because by the end of June this year, June 30th, 2011.
Is that give enough time?
What'd you say?
By the end of June.
Oh, by the
That
end
they
of June.
serve, yeah, because they have a 10-day appeal period. I'm told, I don't know
Which
that.
gets you into April already, Then by that time,
Does that
you have the hearing.
work, do you think, Paul? Or is that?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to, give them the time to appeal. If they appeal, we'll probably agree that they don't have to serve until the dispute is resolved, if there's a dispute.
Yep.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Even though I voted against it, again, for the record, because I thought it was too lenient, I will support the board's action in supporting the dates that you just specified.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, Pauline.
Now, just a question, Paul. At the end of the year, when their license is up for renewal, can any of this be taken into consideration?
The license automatically renews unless you have a hearing that's in the nature of a revocation hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope there's no doubt in your mind how this board feels about what happened.
That was a great process of deliberation,
Certainly
debating to a conclusion. That took 5 different points of view, and
Ended up with 3.
they came to work to a compromise.
I just have questions. Okay, I'll look at it. The first day, the one day. Is that
A weekday. Weekday.
Yeah.
That's a weekday.
weekday?
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause I had to sit down weekend and I
And then the second one, which is 2 days, is a weekday and a weekend day. And then the third one, you said, Paul, was 2 weekends and 1 weekday?
He said Friday, Saturday. and Sunday.
Thanks.
He did say Friday,
I think I
Saturday.
said Friday, Saturday.
Okay, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay, so I guess we'll be getting back to our...
Action items?
Action items now. We have the minutes of February 22nd.
Motion to approve. I was being a wise guy, sorry.
I didn't have anything on
I didn't
it.
have any comments on that.
I just had one comment on page, this is on the 22nd. On page 2, that first full paragraph, it says, "A brief discussion was held regarding pensions and health care benefits. Harrington pointed out that, quote, in the real world, most companies do not offer a pension plan or unfunded health care." I was saying that they don't offer retirees today a pension plan or health care when they retire. It's the retirees.
No, we're not going to do it. You're not going to do it.
Other than that, that was it.
So motion to approve the minutes of February 22nd?
As
Second.
amended.
Second.
As amended.
All in favor?
Aye.
One abstain.
And Lorraine wasn't here. March 7th.
That's fine.
Motion to approve the March 7th minutes?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
3 in favor, 2 abstain.
2 abstain.
Yeah, Larry and I weren't here.
We might have watched them, but we didn't.
Mhm.
We're here for the vote.
Might have watched it. Labor Council services for February 1st through March 6th.
Motion to approve?
I'll second it, but again, we're up to now $33,000 on this health board issue. And I think that we have to satisfy ourselves that the controls in place are very, very different going forward in the Board of Health. We cannot sustain these kinds of legal issues on an ongoing basis, and I'm not convinced yet that all the corrective actions are in place that need to be. So I just want to, for the record, say I'm very frustrated with this process and how long it's taken and what it's cost.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, Pauline. Legal, Town Council for February 2011 legal services.
I'd like to hold this one until we can get a little bit more clarity. This is the 40B.
The appeals case?
Right. On the appeals case. You know, there's correspondence, there's a very qualified ZBA that's drafted it. You know, my experience with 40Bs, nobody likes them. They go places where people aren't expecting it, so there's usually an appeal. I've read the documents that the ZBA did, and I think before and this could be a lengthy process, so if we're getting a $1,000 bill when the horse is out of the gate, this can go on for a year, so.
I've issued instructions, you're all aware, not to pursue a defense of that. He's sent back a couple emails indicating why he thinks it's advisable. I've asked him for a budget. I'm also talking to two members of the Board of Appeals who are attorneys to get their opinion on it as well.
Right.
So, as it stands right now, the defense will not go forward unless there's some good reason, and I would probably bring that back to the board. Because my experience has been not to defend them, but I don't want to be practicing it.
So why aren't we going to approve this, though, since this work has already been done?
Yeah, that work was done. Basically, I became aware of the case when I saw the bill, and shortly after saw the appearance. Now, counsel did exactly what he was supposed to do. He got a case, he got served notice, he filed an appearance. The fly in the ointment was the presentment was made to the town clerk. Presentments in Massachusetts can be made to the town clerk or the selectman's office or the manager's office. And it was made to the clerk. Bob got it, did the right thing, sent it on, didn't know to tell us, so we were out of the loop totally on it. We got everybody together, and everybody understands now how it works. So as it stands, so you have to pay that bill.
Right.
We don't have any doubt because the instructions not to proceed with the defense were not given to counsel until I saw it and understood what was going on. That's when I said, "What's this?" and started asking questions and found out we were defending a ZBA decision, which I've never done before. Not that there might not be a reason, I've just never done it before.
So,
what's the alternative of not defending?
I think you can pay the bill, is the point. But I think what I'm hearing is you want me to get back to you about what's going to happen going forward.
Right.
As it is right now, there's no expense authorized. But if there seems good reason, I will get back to you.
But can you explain to us what happens if you don't defend the case?
The holder of the permit defends the case because he's the one who is the party at interest. If he loses it on appeal, he loses his special permit, he can't build his 40B.
No,
He defends it.
what I'm asking for is, so people at home that are kind of hearing the conversation, can you give them just 2 minutes?
Sure.
Kind of, here's what happened.
Yep.
Here's what got approved. Here's who's suing. Here's why this one needs to defend.
Party comes to the Board of Appeals and requests a permit, special permit, to do a 40B affordable housing project. Board of Appeals grants the permit.
Correct.
And a butter, a neighbor, sues the Board of Appeals and the holder of the permit.
Correct.
For whatever reason, saying, I don't want that issue.
Right.
The town typically doesn't defend that case because the party at interest is the holder of the permit.
Correct.
So we let him defend it, and we save the taxpayers money.
Correct. I just wanted the public to know that.
Sometimes there are very narrow principles which we want to defend, and that's what counsel has sent and said, I think we should defend this. And then it's a judgment call. Do we defend that, or do we say, it's too arcane, we don't need to do that?
So the person who will be potentially developing the property, who has the permit, is the one who will be incurring the legal costs.
Bingo.
Just so people at home know.
And that is, in my opinion, as it should be.
Right, I agree.
99.9% of all towns proceed in that same way.
Right.
So I was asking to hold it because we've got a zoning board that is party to this and didn't know anything about this until after the attorney jumped in and started representing the town. So if we could hold it until you meet with those two gentlemen from the ZBA and just figure out, is this the only, how far did they get on this? Is it stopped here?
They basically reviewed the pleadings and filed an appearance, and at $180 an hour, that's basically about 5 hours of work. So, that seems logical based on. I read the pleadings. I read the pleadings too, and that seems about appropriate. I don't think the bill is out of line for what they did, and council did exactly what they're supposed to. They get a case and they defend. So, I don't think anything happened. We just had a disconnect on how it's supposed to happen when a presentment comes to the town. That's all.
Jim, I'm sorry. So you're not expecting to find out something that we shouldn't pay it, are you?
I don't know. The process, when something comes in, they grabbed it and ran with it. Where you weren't involved, the ZBA wasn't involved. Maybe the problem lies at this table that he doesn't have clear direction. I don't know how you can grab it and run it and then send a bill, and the only way that we're aware that this happens is because we got a bill.
I think there was a time constraint, too. I think the time was running out for the appearance to be made or something. There was some kind of a time constraint in there, too. Because, again, we didn't know this was going on, and meanwhile, somehow it gets presented to town council and the time is running out, and if no appearance is filed in that time frame.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but, a knock on the door, an email, a phone call takes 2 seconds to say, there's a lawsuit at the doorsteps, we need to address it.
And that's a very good point, and that's a conversation that town council and I have been having.
So can we just hold off on this until we figure out how it happened?
Absolutely.
We're meeting next week,
We're meeting,
it's
yeah.
not like they're going to go broke in the middle.
Friday, too.
Again, the big picture, I've seen these go on years, and the legal bills are hundreds of thousands by the time it's done, and I get a little nervous when I saw the beginning with nobody
I'm now
knowing about
watching
it.
the bills very closely, believe me.
Okay, the 2011 Student Awareness of Fire Education Grant Award of $5,415 to the Foxborough Fire and Rescue.
That's when they annually do ice safety primarily with that. It's the perfect time of year to be doing that with the kids.
And just to address Dick's comments from earlier tonight, when we get a grant like this, it does not appear that this grant has any tail to it, i.e. that we have to incur any town funds to do it this year or next year.
Correct.
So I'd move to accept the grant with gratitude.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And the second is Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Now, this one is one of the Dick's points of view, in that in order to get the $5,000, you've got to spend $5,000. And so this is one of those that he that he brought up, that we should discuss the fact that, do you want to spend $5 to get $5? Because
right.
I think it's pretty safe to assume that the chief wouldn't have sent us this if he didn't want to. I mean.
Well, but I think Dick's point earlier tonight was that the board should discuss the ongoing cost or the tail of it and be satisfied that it makes sense to us. In this particular case, we talk about emergency management performance grant. When you look at some of the businesses in the community and you look at the need to update the emergency plans, we've talked about that as a board in the past. So, particularly with the fire department. And so it would appear as though, in an effort to support the formation and development of regional initiatives, individual communities may choose to surrender some or all of their allotment in favor of a regional project. But what it's trying to do is to help us figure out in an emergency, do we have the right plan in place, and are we going to operate in the right way?
What we're planning to do with this funding is to update the emergency plan, because it's due to be updated.
Right.
We don't have anyone. It's a lot of work. It's a massive amount of work.
Correct.
So what we're hoping is we're going to leverage this in a very inexpensive way with our intern, who produces very high-quality work for very low cost. And our in-kind donation will be more of his or staff time while on duty.
Right. It's something we were going to do anyway.
Right.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
now we can do it for half the price because the state's providing the funds. It wasn't like it's something,
Exactly.
you know, when he talked about that
He's got
license
it
reader,
on his, yep.
we could live without that.
He had
It's
it on
much
his
better.
radar anyway.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right. So I'd move to accept this grant as well.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. 5-0, Pauline. And we have a request for 3 one-day beer and wine licenses for March 29th, April 29th, and May 20th for the Orpheum Theater.
So I'd move that we approve the request for the those dates.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, Pauline. And we have the resignation of Rebecca Center from the Wage Board effective 4/30/2011.
Move to accept with
Rebecca has
gratitude.
Been on it since 1972.
Just as an aside to the board, we're
1976.
planning, Rebecca's been there for many, many, many years.
Yes.
39.
Yes.
39, there you go. So we're planning a little something here at Town Hall for her. We'll let you know when that is in case you can make it.
Great.
Okay.
I don't want to say over TV exactly what.
No, just keep her in the dark.
She said she does, so.
Yep. So I'd entertain that.
Larry, did you make?
I made the
Oh,
motion
I'm
to accept
sorry.
with gratitude.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thanks, Rebecca. And we have the appointment of Brian Walton as the advisory rep to the Wage Board.
So I have a question on that.
Yep.
We were going to appoint Brian to the town manager search committee, and I think Frank Spillane had said, no, he can't do it if he's a member of the advisory committee.
He can do this. In fact, the
You looked at it, okay.
bylaw says that one of their members, actually, you don't really need to do this. This is kind of formality because they appoint their own member, but it's okay. You are the appointing authority, so there's a little bit of a gray area. So Brian is the designee from the advisory committee.
Okay, all right.
Bylaw requires
Okay.
it.
So I'd make a motion that we put Brian Walton on the Personnel Wage Board.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. 5-0, Pauline. And Vivian Pitt's
You need a
request
copy of that?
for consideration of an appointment to the Personnel Wage Board.
Yeah, you apparently have annual solicitation of people who have interest in different things, and Vivian, I guess, is the only one in the file right now.
Okay.
By all accord, would be a fine member, I guess. I don't know her personally well. I think I met her once, but...
Be nice to have her back.
Yep.
Yeah.
But she's also indicating an interest in the Council on Aging. So is it one or the other she
I
wants?
think she's already on the Council of Aging.
I don't think there's an opening on the COA right now.
Okay.
Motion to approve Vivian Pitt's appointment to the Personnel Wage Board.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
You actually don't have to do number 6. The town manager does that one. I don't know how it goes.
Yeah, I
on there,
thought,
so
I'd
you got to buy on
never
that
seen
one.
that before.
You're going to be the inspector of animals? Can you do that?
Yeah, I nominate the person, and then the state actually makes the appointment, believe it or not.
And we have a request for consideration of reappointment to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
So I move that we put Barney over it on the Board of Appeals as an alternate.
Second.
Just discussion, you said reappointment, is he on there right now?
He is on there right now,
was.
yes, as
Well,
an
he
alternate.
used to
thought
be...
he left.
He left.
Right,
Now
he
he's
left,
coming
and
back.
now he's coming back.
He
So I
left
guess
in
it's
2008.
reappointment.
Okay, so it's
Reappointment,
it's appointment.
It's
Yeah,
appointment.
it's actually not a
It is
reappointment.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
Good
it
call.
is
Good
appointment.
call.
Did
It's
I
an
say
appointment.
reappoint?
Yeah, because I said
No.
it.
He had a break in service.
But you didn't, you said appointment.
That's right.
Yeah, you corrected me.
Yes.
You got it, Pauline? Who seconded it?
Lorraine.
Lorraine. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. 5-0, Pauline. Now we have a renewal appointment for 1 year to the Foxborough Cultural Council.
I would
Pauline
move to
Hadley.
nominate Pauline Hadley as a member of the Foxborough Cultural Council.
Pretty suspicious character.
I served on that council.
What do you know about this woman?
Excellent.
I don't know.
Have the police done a background check?
I'll
All
second
in
that.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Jim seconded
5-0, Pauline. We have a hacky license renewal for Wallace Chase.
Motion to approve the Hackey license application for Mr. Chase.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
10, nobody in their right mind expects you to go through tonight, not at this hour.
Thank you.
But what I would suggest is that each of you marks the list somehow if there's somebody you want to interview. Like circle it, highlight it, give them to Sandy, we'll collect them, and anybody that has at least 3 marks indicated, we'll set up the interviews for you.
Okay.
That sounds like a reasonable way to do it?
Absolutely.
Might just expedite it.
Yeah.
And of course, if nobody gets at least 3 votes, you don't have to do any interviews, so it's up to you guys.
Yep. Thank you. The next is conveyance of easement for property located at 121 Main Street.
I checked with Randy on this. They still owe back taxes, so just hold it till they settle that next
We
week.
can testify you're still working.
This one on Main Street?
Yeah, on Mill Street.
Huh?
He didn't hear me.
Are we
Lorraine?
looking at?
This is Main Street.
This is Main Street.
Mill
Okay, I'm
Street's,
sorry.
And Mill Street
Main
was
Street.
paid on 3/9.
But it's not paid in full. I checked. I know it says that, but it's not paid in full. I just checked with
Okay.
Randy. He just asked if we could give them more time to get
Okay.
squared away. There was an error made when it was noted as paid.
All right. So going
That's a
back
Mill
to
Street one?
Yeah.
121.
The Main Street one was fine.
That's the easement that went through
Right.
at town meeting, right?
Yes.
Right. Motion to.
So, do we vote on this,
I don't-
Kevin? Because town meeting,
On the Main Street easement, we don't have to vote on that, I don't think.
do we have to vote
Main
on
Street easement.
on the Main Street easement?
You have to vote to accept it, yes. Well,
No, the
Town meeting-
town meeting already did
Town
that.
meeting does that.
oh, yeah, then you don't have to do anything with that.
Okay. And we're going to hold off on the...
Mill Street Preserve, you
Yeah.
do have to vote.
Well,
The
the-
taxes were paid just this afternoon.
Lorraine said no.
Yeah, Lorraine said no.
They weren't until about 5 o'clock. He came in and he paid, still owed 800 something.
Right.
There was confusion because a partial payment was made.
Right.
Somebody marked on the face of your form, taxes
Yeah.
paid. Lisa was right on the ball, came in today and said, uh-oh, nope. Called the gentleman, he came in late this afternoon, paid in
Great.
full.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we do need to vote on the acceptance of the Mill Street Preserve
Yes.
open space deed.
This, I don't know the history of this, there's no map in it. This is something that is being given to the town
Yes,
as open space?
yes.
Now, Kevin, I have previously been generally against accepting property, for you to keep it on the tax rolls. Would there be a good reason to not accept this or to accept?
I don't want to lead you astray. I honestly don't know anything about this parcel. What I was told is that this has been in process for quite a while. There was general agreement, but the taxes hadn't been paid, and that defect was cured today. And you now have the sum total of my knowledge, so...
Could you
there's
get
something
more
there.
knowledge between now and our next
Sure,
meeting?
absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, and that way there?
We can.
Can we do
I would
this on the 29th?
tell you, just
then?
table it, we'll
Next
put it
meeting.
on for
Yeah.
next week.
Thank you.
Okay, and that ends our action items, and I would entertain a motion.
Being
Executive session?
11:15?
No, you don't have to, God, I wouldn't do that to you, or me. Because the discussion we need to have is extensive. And so my suggestion is, we try, there's no harm in waiting till next Tuesday, hoping that we can conclude the open meeting and get into the executive session at a reasonable hour, because there's nothing going to happen between now and next Tuesday.
So I would move to adjourn.
Can I just ask, will we invite water and sewer to the executive session?
Sorry?
Will we invite water and sewer to the executive session discussion?
We can if you want to. To be honest with you, it really concerns other issues. That's not really, that's pretty much resolved, and I don't want to say any more than that. But
One question, how long should Friday's meeting take? Should that be like 5 minutes?
it's either going to take 5 minutes because you're going to approve it because everything's all set, or it's going to take 5 minutes for you to deny it because everything is not all set.
Okay.
But, this meeting was brought about by their failure to timely file the application. And by the date I got it, Sandra brought it to me. It requires this is for Revolution Soccer to begin.
We got an apology from them, I think.
Yeah,
We
we
all
did.
got an apology. The 14-day hearing notice expires Thursday, and Friday is the only day you can act, and the next day is the game. So I've already warned Dan that everything has to be in line, correct, 100%, the I's dotted, the T's crossed, because when you come in here Friday night, if there are any glitches, you can't approve it, and Revolution Soccer will get canceled Saturday. He has assured me that that will not happen, everything will be done perfectly, and I said, great, that's exactly what we all want.
So it's still 6:30?
6:30, I think, yeah.
5 minutes is what it's going to be Friday night.
Okay, good.
One way or the other.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.